Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the third day of the Norway Chess 2024. This is your host Sagar Shah welcoming you to a big day of chess. We are going to have today Magnus Carlsen taking on Praggnanandhaa. What more could we want, guys? And what is the opening that we see in this game? Oh, it's the Sicilian. Guys, Prag opens with 1 e4. Auto Run says, hi guys, do we have live stream today? Of course we have. E4, C5, knight comes out to F3. We have E6. And now Praggnanandhaa goes for the open Sicilian. Guys, what's the move when you want to play the open Sicilian? Can you tell me? We have people joining in. Manu Shekhar Singh says Khan variation. Manu Shekhar Singh, it's Khan variation, but nice joke. Yes, it is D4. And yes, guys, all those who wrote D4, well done. Manish, Live Crop, Aniket, and Krish Verma, well done, guys. All of you, D4 is the correct answer. Let's go back to the game. So he played d4, takes, knight takes, and now came the move a6. I have to call Amruta, guys. Amruta made a living for herself by playing the Sicilian Khan variation. She played this all the time. She used to play this like every single time. Let's put the bars. That's what people are saying. Let me just get the bars on our screen. So here we have it. Let me first refresh, interact. And we have Norway Chess, Open and Women. Both are here. As I do this, I always feel great gratitude towards Rakshit Singh and Manjot, who have worked on these bars and made it into something truly wonderful for our chess community. Thank you, guys. The bars are now at the bottom, guys. Today we have a very special offer. Sitting next to us is Gukesh, because it's his 18th birthday. So we have his product at the first link in the description, which is Attack with Gukesh. And if you want, you can use the code HBD Gukesh and get 18% off, because he's 18 years old today. Samir Singhdev says, Sagar, love your commentary, but Srinath's comments on Twitter need to be addressed about Nepo. Ooh, what happened? Guys, every time I come to stream, something has happened in the world of Twitter into chess. Let's see. Srinath Narayanan. An irresponsible, paranoid tweet by a top chess player with relatively high follower count for a chess player. Neither of the moves pointed out top 3 suggestions of Stockfish. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, please love and favor Chesscom India Community Manager, FM below 2200 FIDE. During earlier Title Tuesday, he taught me a lesson of patience in Catalan. But this game is surely interesting as well. Of course, not knight takes d2, but b3. And not queen d1, but h6. Nothing sus. Well, I mean, I think it's about Niranjan, yes? I mean, as far as I know, Niranjan, I think he's one of the most genuine persons I know. A big chess lover. So I think it's maybe not something which I'm sure of. Like, it's I don't think this is something that he would do. But yeah, this online chess is filled with such all the time players being paranoid about certain moves and so on. Yeah, good games do not happen. So but yeah, I mean, as far as I know, Niranjan, He is an amazing person. He loves chess deeply. I've played with him many times, and I think he kind of works for chess with all his heart. Met him recently in Bangalore at the Waka celebrations, and there he was interviewing players and so on. So he played bishop d3, Praggnanandhaa. Now, Prag's move is very, very interesting. Why? Because he's keeping an option open. What is that move? What is the option that he is keeping open in this position? Prag. Oh my god, Anna already has +1 against Vaishali. We need to see that game. Rajat 7, my god, Rajat 7, I love it. Agastya Arav, very good. Mishka, chess with Prasanna. DL Sendero. Bhai, what a chat we have. I love you guys, chat. You guys are so deep. C4, because he's keeping that option open of putting it into a Moroczy bind. The move C4. Okay, Magnus goes Queen C7. By the way, Magnus had played against this opening once in his lifetime. I mean, he must have played it many times, but in a very famous game. And I want you to tell me which was this famous game that Magnus played with the white pieces. Let's see if you guys remember, and I'll try to make the moves on our chess base board. No, not with Ding, guys. Not with Ding. Yes, Nanda Kishore, Magnus versus Anand. This was the opening. So let me just use the reference here and see if we can get. Yeah, there we have reference database here. And there is the game A6, Elo White. I think Magnus. Isn't this what happened? And Magnus went C4, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, there we have it, the game. This game already entered chess history, not in a good way. Hardly any other game caused so much astonishment, left even the experts so perplexed. So C4, this is known as the Moroczy bind setup. And Magnus played it with white. So I'm a bit surprised that Vichy went, Magnus now played it with black. So this was the game, okay. I want to take you to this critical moment. Many of the ardent chess fans would definitely know this moment. White is clearly better. I loved this move h4, where Magnus gained space on the king side. Then he long castled, rook d3, rook g3, he attacked g7, bishop came out, knight f8, bishop e3, g6, takes knight g6, rook h5. And now bishop c6 was played, bishop c2 was played, king b7, all is well, all is well. And now he plays rook g4, a5, and let me use it in replay training here so that no one can see the move. He plays bishop d1. And you know what, guys? This is the moment of truth. Anand now, I think this is the moment, right? Black to play. Wait, let me see. I want to be sure if this is the moment. Maybe this is not the moment, right? Because here he's in trouble. So let's go a move further. Rook d8, yeah. Rook g8. He played king d2. Yes, now this is the moment. Black to play, guys. What do you play? Black to play. What do you do? The headline says, Sagar bhai, I made a thumbnail for this stream and mailed you. Wow. Okay, let me see. Did you mail me where? Where did you mail me? Tuck, 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 tuck. What's your name? Headline. Thumbnail. Pratham Singh, yes. Ooh, very interesting. It has no players, only flags. Interesting thumbnail, but I would like if there are more players there. Yes, exactly. It is knight takes e5. All those who found this move, Vishy Anand actually missed it. In the game, Anand played the move a4. And Magnus instantly played king e2 and was back in control. But imagine if Anand would have taken here, he might have managed to sort of create a lot of problems for Magnus. Because take here, rook g4 is just exchange down. So you generally would take, and now comes this intermezzo, which is knight c4, and I'm threatening to take here, so you have to go maybe king d3, but king d3 is met with, guys, what's the move? Yes, Senthil, well done. Senthil, very quick. Manish, English Gaming, Chess with Prasanna, Rupam, CD. Rupam, good job. Today your, this is correct. The notation. Check. King has to move away and rook g8 and Anand would have won this game. But this did not happen. So basically, going back to our game, and why I wanted to show this game is to show you that Magnus has played this before with white, today playing with black. Castles, knight comes out to f6. What would Prag play here is the question. Om Bhave says, sir, where is Amruta? Amruta will join me. Generally, Amruta joins me when we have 1,000 likes on the stream, guys. Let's have all of you like the stream. Also, we have a very small aim right now. 22 of you have to subscribe to this stream so that we are able to hit 16,33,000 people. Revang Dinchen says we miss Amruta. Guys, Amruta will join us. I also miss her a lot. Sagar Bhai just joined. What's happening in the game? Who has the edge? Chetan Deshmukh. It's a very interesting opening. I would say Prag is definitely the one who is having a nice opening. I think we should quickly check what are the possibilities that are there in this position on our reference board so that you know what has been played here and what will be Prag's choice. Because today, if Prag manages to beat Magnus, it would be his first win in classical chess against Magnus Carlsen. So we are here. And the main move with 6,592 games is Queen e2. 1,951 is c4. 1343 is knight c3. By the way, all the people who would like to also get these statistics and all and use this amazing software, it's ChessBase 17 with mega database. You can check it out in the second link in the description. First link in the description today is all about our good friend Gukesh here. We have a attacking video course with him where you get 18% discount. Oh yes, let me also show you the standings, guys. Today's standings in the tournament, if I can bring it up. Let's see if it works here. Presentation. There we have it. Magnus Carlsen leading the tournament after 2 rounds. Ding Liren, Alireza and Praggnanandhaa in the second position. Hikaru is on third, and also Hikaru and Fabiano in the last position there. Okay. And we have another game here. Another standings. Vaishali is leading in the women's section with 4 points because she managed to beat Humpy yesterday, and a win in classical is worth its weight in gold in this tournament because she got 3 points. She is ahead of Ju Wenjun, Tingjie, and then Anna Muzychuk, Pia Cramling and Humpy. Okay, so that's done. I'm actually very, very surprised, guys. Just by the way, these are what I'm surprised is the fact that Vaishali already is worse against Anna Muzychuk. Maybe it's something to do with. I'm not so sure. I have to go and check. Should we go and check that game, guys? Vaishali versus Anna Muzychuk. So e4, c e5, knight f3, knight c6. By the way, Vaishali is black against Anna Muzychuk. So we have the normal Rui Lopez, bishop c5, c3, the Archangel's variation, d4, bishop a7, bishop g5, and now Vaishali plays e takes d4. Very interesting move, but I'm not sure why the engines are so thrilled about this. I must check out the mega database, a live database on Chessbase 17 to see how many times has this opening been played. Let's quickly check here. So we have this being played by Magnus himself. Ooh. So the main move is h6 here, but Vaishali takes. And now the question is, what do you do to e5? Guys, what do you do to e5? De and El Sendero says, amazing. The brother sister may sweep the tournament. That would be really great to see. I agree. Jai Panchal says, Sagar bhai, I'm watching your commentary from a month and I really like your commentary and now I'm a chess fan. Thank you, Jai. That's very nice. H6, exactly. You have to play H6 here. So if he goes bishop H4, then you also go G5. And this creates a very, very interesting position which Vaishali might have analyzed. But if you take on F6, I take back and this will create a completely crazy position. So Vaishali, after taking on d4, is just challenging Anna that play this, and Anna did push her pawn. Vaishali did play h6. So Anna Muzychuk now is not prepared, but Vaishali is. Vaishali has 1 hour 58 minutes. She takes on f6. Okay, now we take back clearly. Okay. The king is exposed. The king is exposed, but at the same time, this is very, very sharp position because black now has the bishop pair, which could become very dangerous. Maybe a move like d6, opening up the bishop. Vaishali isn't afraid that her king is weak because she knows that none of white's pieces are going to come close to her king. Okay, so let's come back to this game in a bit. Le Tingjie today playing against Koneru Humpy, and Humpy already has some interesting ideas here. It was the Tarash defense. Okay, takes rook c1, e3, bishop c4, check, king f1. Wow, queen e2. Rook d8. And if you take here, and black is okay with this. Wow, this is interesting. I think Humpy has managed to get some opening edge, especially because of this weakened e6 pawn. But her king is not castled, so maybe g3, king g2 could be an idea, but black would try to castle, but it's a mistake. And here's my question to you. Why is this an error? Can you find it? White to play. Abhishek says this is a line from Caruana's Archangel course. It's a prominent line. Okay. Our chat is completely on fire. Like, I have never seen a chat so sincere and so much into chess. Everyone giving me the right answer, which is bishop c5. Unbelievable. 30 of you. Senthil, Rupam, Bad, Vishwa, Abhishek, Srirang, Shilpi, Tarang, Gamer, and Chess with Prasanna. Beautiful job, guys. This is the correct way to play. Now, coming back, okay, Ju Wenjun, Pia Cramling. I'm actually hopeful that Pia Cramling manages to do well against Ju Wenjun. She's the current world champion, Wenjun, and Pia Cramling is one of the legends of the game of chess. She's 61 years old. That's what we got to know yesterday. Let's go back to Praggnanandhaa's game. Prag did play queen e2, threatening to play e5. And that's the reason why Magnus had to play d6 here. And then after c4, gaining space, also stopping the d5 break, knight bd7, knight c3. This seems like a very nice position for white. I like the opening. Deep Dave says bishop c5 was very easy to find. I know it was easy to find, but you know, sometimes in chat we have like many people giving the right answer, but many also giving wrong. And the trajectory in the streams of Norway Chess has been everyone's just completely switched on. Sameer Singhdev says, Sagar, I love your Dawn Shah avatar. Will love to see that avatar. ये लोग draw कर लिया है क्यों? Yeah, I'm actually I think the format itself encourages a safe approach, right? Many times. Like, because white feels that in the Armageddon he has better chances, black thinks he has better chances. So both the players are not stretching so much in the classical chess. But let's see today. Okay, knight c3, I guess bishop e7. And then you can play bishop e3 or you can play f4. Something like this. b6, rook d1, bishop b7, f3. This could be a normal way to play this position, with white having a small edge. Something like this could happen. We'll see. Okay, so this one looking very, very exciting. And I think, oh, Magnus instantly jumps with knight e5. So Magnus is saying to Prag that if you try to save your bishop, I will just take the pawn on c4. So saving the bishop is out of question. And if you play f4, then knight d3, queen d3, and this could be something that Magnus is happy to play. But maybe Prag is prepared here, because, you know, I'll tell you why this seems like a line that Prag could be prepared for. If we go to knight f6 here, and if we go to our reference board, which is chessbase 17 board, he played queen e2, d6, c4. We have 4,000 plus games. Knight d7, knight c3, and knight e5 has 130 games in this position. So it's not an unknown quantity here. But all the moves seem to have pretty well scored for black here. And white has to be careful on how he continues. King h1 is one move, f4 is another. So we'll see what will happen here. Let's go to another game and we'll come back to Magnus versus Prag. The other game is Ding versus Caruana. And I think this is a very, very important encounter, especially for Ding now after scoring a resounding win against Praggnanandhaa yesterday in the Armageddon. It seems like Ding has come in with fresh energy. Guys, a new player today. And I'm hopeful that someone asks Ding today after the game that can you send your birthday wishes to Gukesh? Prasad Duveri says, Sagarji, how are you feeling today? Heard you were not well due to sprained neck. Yes, today it's much better. Much better, but yeah, it's going. HPD Gukesh, may he live 100 years so that I can get 100% discount. Yeah. आज के लिए 18% off, guys, with Gukesh. Only 18% off, not more. But if you do not know, we have made a very interesting course with Gukesh, and I think there is only one video course out there with Gukesh, which is this one. So if you are keen on getting it, then this might be a good time to get it. By the way, in the game between Caruana and Ding, it seems like Fabi has managed to create some imbalance, double pawns. Opponent has the bishop pair. Where is Tanya commentating? The Rock says maybe on chess.com, maybe on Sony Live. She's commentating on those two platforms. Let's go to Nakamura versus Firouzja. And by the way, Nakamura Firouzja is this Tarash defense. Oh, they played this Dubov's Tarash. And I think generally such openings are just quite equalish. But if Nakamura has played it with the white pieces, he must have something up his sleeve. Samir says, just wanted to check, how is it that we can contribute to you, not your NGO? Well, you can give us a super chat or you can buy this course here. You know, there are many ways. There are more products in the description and you can get any one of them. Yeah, this is Senthil. This is quite a well-known line here. Take, A, B, Queen D4, and then I don't know how you continue here, but this does seem like a very equalish position here. Oh, we have hit 16,33,000 subscribers. Thank you so much, guys. Let's move to 16,33,100 subscribers. We are 77 people away. Also, do like the stream and let's try to slowly and steadily move forward towards our goal of maybe hitting 2 million soon. Let's go back to Magnus Carlsen versus Praggnanandhaa after knight e5. Prag is in the thinking mode. He's 13 minutes down on the clock. Kishan Sharma says, Sagar bhai, I also learned chess from Samay and your streams. Now I'm 1500. Array, thank you. That's amazing. That's amazing. Going back to Vaishali's game here against Anna Muzychuk, we did see this move e5 h6. Take. Queen d2 was played by Anna. King g7, cd4, and fe5 has been played. So this is quite a normal way to play. And if you play de, then I would go d6, takes. And while this position doesn't inspire too much of confidence in black, especially because he has isolated pawns, black is doing completely fine. You know, bishop here. It seems okay. Little Fire says, Sagar bhai, what do you think about Magnus's continuous tournament wins? Is he back to form? Well, he is. He is completely in form. And if today Praggnanandhaa has to beat him, it won't be easy. I think Magnus is clearly showcasing that put me in any format and I will give you the wins. That's how he thinks here. Where is Amruta ma'am, says Manish. I'm also actually looking out for her. Where is she? What is she doing? Why is she not joining me? Does she not like me anymore? What is her problem? Guys, let me go and check here. Maybe she's on the call with someone. Okay, guys, Amruta will be joining us very shortly. Guys, let's check. Oh no. If you go f4, okay, simple chess. You take, I take. You play bishop e7. I want to play b3. You castle, I play bishop b2. b6, rook c1, bishop b7. I think this is what black is aiming for, right? So, I like white's chances here, but black also seems very solid. This is called as, guys, do you know what this setup is called as? In the chat? Take chess player says, why not h3 in Prag's game? h3, but why to play? Yes, Mahesh Dawani, Bad Karma, Jumka. It's called the Hedgehog. This is known as the Hedgehog system. And it is like, Hedgehog is a very little creature. It's a small one. It has spines on its back. So when you come closer, it will attack you. Same way like these pawns. So let's wait for the time being to see how Prag reacts here. My feeling is that Prag can go f4, but then again, black wants to take this bishop, so why to force him to do it? You could do something else as well. You could put your bishop out here. You could play b3. We'll wait for it. Now, let's go to Ding versus Caruana. And you can see Caruana is played a4, but Ding is not making his moves. I don't know what is Ding's worry here, because let's say he can just put his rook on open file. What is he worried about? Maybe he's thinking about something very specific here. A move which is not so clear. What is he thinking about? Insane. Agastya says, Sagar, do you think Armageddon is good or bad? Rated out of 10 according to you. I think Armageddon is interesting, definitely. But it is leading to some safe games in the classical. But that being said, draws can be high anywhere. Armageddon just gives a new sort of feeling in this game, so that at the end of each day, there is someone who has won and someone who has lost. Bishop g5 played by Hikaru, and you can see Hikaru Nakamura is not in his preparation, which for me is a very big surprise, because this is such a well-known position. I don't know why Hikaru is taking so much time. Let's quickly check our database to see how many times this has happened. So let's look at here. It went, here we have 649 games, castles 641, castles, and now bishop g5. 332 games have been played in this position already. And if you play a move like h6, then take, 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 and yeah, well, this position, I think after queen d8, which is the theory here, and it has been played in by many top players, Abdusattorov, Swana, Levaish, Yeletsky. They all played queen d8 back, followed by bishop e6, and black has enough counterplay. Okay, let's go back. Here, and we see that h6 has been played, and joining us all the way from the bedroom, the one and only Amruta Mokal. Hello, Amruta.
Hello, Sagar.
Welcome to Gukesh's birthday party.
18% discount, HBD Gukesh. Go, go, go.
Well, it's his birthday today, Amruta.
Happy birthday.
Yes, I think
you
it's
still
important.
didn't order cake for me, Sagar.
Important to wish him before saying there's a discount. But guys, Amruta, it's a big day for you because your favorite opening has been played by Carlsen against Prag. The Sicilian
Carlsen is black. Okay, I love Khan, but you know, I'm rooting for Prag over here. And we have Hedgehog, Moroczy bind.
95. I think this is the line we prepared, right?
With you.
For black.
And when was it? I don't remember, but you kind of, normally, you know, you should not be taking such a bishop.
Yeah.
But in the preparation, some lines, it's okay to take the bishop. That was the engines were at that point of time, they were recommending.
Yeah. But now the engines say a small edge to white, and we were analyzing f4, knight d3, queen d3, and so on.
Yeah, in fact, I would have had my preparation, but okay, I'm very lazy to open the laptop.
Oh, by the way, Rupam says there's also an interesting option here to go rook d1. And if he takes, then rook takes and swinging it over. But here's the question. If queen takes c4, it's not like you've already solved the problems, right? Here.
Yeah, because there's no rook c1. No, but one second. Queen c4, you don't have rook c1. You play with compensation.
Yeah.
Your development.
Maybe the best move here is just bringing the knight back.
More than rook d1, can we go back? Have you analyzed the position?
No.
Okay. By the way, if you want to have food, you can have because...
What about you?
मैं तो आम आदमी के साथ हूँ नहीं. मैंने बहुत आम खाए हैं.
Today you won't have dinner?
So I'll have later. We can also do ulta in case you want me, I can get it.
No, I can go and eat it and then you can do this.
No, you come here. Achha, not letting you go away, Sagar. But F4 is the move you want to analyze.
Yeah,
right?
I think we analyzed F4.
You analyzed.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the main move. If not F4, then what? The other move, if you just simply develop bishop E3, let me ask a question to the chat. What should black play over here?
Wow.
We have the chat chess move?
Yes. Here.
Not winning or anything like that, but in general, which is the kind of move you would consider for bishop E3. Oh, everyone wants to play D5. Almost 10 people want to go D5. But guys, how is that going to work? Because isn't it a complete mistake? With your king on E8, queen on E2 over here, you simply... I know why all of you said D5. Because D5 in Moroczy bind is one of the most important break you are looking at. You want to break this structure with either D5, B5 and the last one F5. And in this scenario, if you go D5, it's really not working with such a queen and a king over here, plus no compensation for such a pawn, which otherwise you go bishop d6, you put pressure here, you create weaknesses. So the right move, if anybody has answered yes, Tej, Tej, Belligerent, Jhumka, Senthil, Manish, Chess with Prasanna, and Kusum Pandey. Even this one, many others. Got it. So knight g4 is the move. If you go bishop e3 here, knight g4. The idea is you attack the dark square bishop. And dark square bishop in Sicilian is an important bishop, especially in Kant, even more important for white. There are lines in knight off when you go for long castle, and it's okay to give up such a bishop. But in this scenario, you get this bishop and strategic advantage will be with black. So knight g4, I would love that that you have to consider an idea with knight g4. Sometimes even with this knight on g4, you have to be careful about such tactical threats. So the bishop will have to go back. You cannot keep it on e3. That was my question to you. What Prag went is he first played h3, and exactly right now, while I was asking for bishop e3, knight g4 is a move which he doesn't like. He goes h3, covers this g4 square, and says, I don't want to keep worrying about this. But a slightly slow move. There we have for white. And will Magnus take the bishop on d3 or wait here? Another thing for Moroczy bind is generally, where can this bishop develop? Where can this bishop develop? g7. Yes, Sagar?
क्या कर रही हो?
क्या किया?
नहीं कर क्या रही हो? Oh, f4 happened.
नहीं, h3 happened. He played h3.
h3. Nice.
Correct. Bishop g7. Everyone saying bishop g7. दीदी डिनर में क्या खाया था? नहीं, अभी तक डिनर किया नहीं है. इतनी छोटी प्लेट? ठीक है. g6, bishop g7 is the diagonal where you would also love your bishop to be. And with g6, remember that it controls the f5 square. So sometimes in future when you go d5, the knight cannot jump to f5.
Okay.
What happens, Sagar?
I don't like g6 so much, Amrita, because let's
No,
say
I'm not even talking about I'm first talking about thematic things, not here whether you go g6 or you don't. It's more about thematic. So g6, h5, these are the things. He will go bishop e7. Why you don't like g6, by the way?
I was
let me ask you
thinking
over here.
g6.
Yeah.
If you play, my idea was b3.
And you want to develop from this side.
Or bishop a3, I was thinking if we can put it there and put pressure on d6 pawn.
Yeah, that's true. It's decent. b3 is a nice idea. Also, I think after h3, you don't need to go g6. You can develop bishop e7.
And he will play bishop e3 because that's why he played h3.
Correct. Totally. Now, do you want to delay this and castle so that he can't go back here? He doesn't want to go bishop c2 or bishop b1 with the rook on a1. So natural for him is to go rook a c1. Bring the rook on the c file. Keep these ideas in hand for the future.
Amrita, can I ask a question to the
threaten
chat?
Going bishop b1.
Can I ask?
Absolutely. Why are you taking my permission? It's all your chat, Sagar.
Guys, if black makes this move here, what is a good move? Oh no, it doesn't work. Shit.
1 minute. What was the question? Knight c6. I know what. Wait a second. But thematic move. Let's ask what is the thematic move which you will calculate here and assess whether it works or not.
Gamer Devil did say about it, but it's a mistake only for the reason this is already great for white, but knight attacks the queen.
Ooh, tactically it doesn't work. Yeah. Nice. So I think Magnus will continue. First of all, Magnus is taking a lot of time, but look at how much time Prag has taken. He's down to 1 hour 26 minutes. And honestly, h3 is like a solid move he's gone for. So bishop e7, Magnus, I don't know what he's thinking. Is he thinking of knight takes d3, queen takes d3 right away, and then going bishop e7?
Could be.
That's possible. Short castle, b6, put your bishop on b7, and without this bishop, with this in Hedgehog, these one slow moves creates a lot of difference
Yeah.
in the position. So yeah. But guys, the question to you is, in World Championship, in which World Championship Magnus's opponent played Khan?
Already asked them. Already showed them the game.
अच्छा, तू तो बड़ा फास्ट निकला. क्या ही?
Rishabh Singh says, what are the standings, Chessbase India? Guys, I have come prepared today. This is the standings in the women's section. This is the standings in the open section. Magnus Carlsen is the sole leader, but it's still very early days.
Which ticket? I'm not sure. Are we selling any ticket?
Norway Chess ka, maybe he went there.
Ah. Little Fire says, Sagar Bhai, Magnus in most of the games, he doesn't develop some of his pieces in most matches, but as beginners are taught to do so. Yes, Magnus knows how to break the rules.
Yeah.
But he knows that because he first knows the rules. So it's important. It's like you learn and then you unlearn. So
Yeah.
you know the rules and you break them.
Right.
But you know why you are breaking them. What rule have you broken, Sagar?
To eat on stream.
Ah, that's a good one.
The
Exactly.
unsaid rule on streams is never eat on stream. By the way, Amrita, did you see the crazy game that happened between Vaishali and Anna Muzychuk? Because it was Rui Lopez and Vaishali played the Archangel's variation and then came d4, bishop g5. She took, pawn pushed forward. Now her knight is falling. She played h6. Anna took, spoiling the structure. Takes d6. And we reached this position.
Oh, in fact, in candidates when they played,
Yeah.
they had a huge, like very long preparation. If I remember, Vaishali and Anna, many moves. So for candidate players who are playing here, it's very interesting because they have a lot of things already prepared. It's like taking out from the bag one novelty against a specific opponent. So rook d1 played, and the position is slightly better for white, mostly for the reason of equal pawns are there. But actually, it's very interesting because white has double knight and Vaishali has double bishop. And the position is also pretty open. It's not a closed position. So it's very clear reason why white is slightly better. What is that one reason? Bus. Only one. I don't need any more reasons at all. Why is white slightly better? Amazing. Telegram, Didi, Rishi, Agastya, Sentinel. It's the king. Computer says, okay, the king is weak. You don't have enough shelter. You don't have pieces around the king for the defense. And that is the reason white is slightly better. And against weak king, let us not forget that a queen and knight is an amazing combination around a king. So this is the reason, but it's not like clearly winning or something. Vaishali goes bishop g4, a good move, saying that I want to get rid of your knight from the board, which can create chaos on my king. So I like this move. She's also developed. She's also threatening to spoil white's pawn structure. So this is on the board, but very interesting position. Koneru Humpy, actually a lot of pieces are exchanged. Looks equal. Let's see what will happen against late Tingjie. And coming back to Praggnanandhaa's game, Carlsen has made a move. He goes b6 here. So he's still delaying the development of his dark square bishop, number one. Number two is his king is still in the center. Can Prag, this keeps coming to the mind again and again because the king is in the center, so you feel like you want to see f4, e5, all those ideas which can break open the center. So if you start with f4 once again, the good thing for Magnus is when he takes the bishop, he also deflects the queen from the e5. Now, if black says, I still don't care about castle, I want to delay it, I'm developing the bishop to b7. Two guys are attacking e4, you two are defending. For now, you are okay, doing okay, but I'm fine. And if white says, let me go f5 because you have moved your bishop from this diagonal. Now I can insert more pressure on the e6 point. Will you play e5 or will you maintain the pawn on e6 if that is a choice? Because with e5 you are giving up the d5 square. Magnus is going to be like, doesn't matter. My king is in the center and the first thing I'll consider is closing the center. He'll consider closing the center and he will not worry about the d5 square. Let's say the knight goes where? Knight e2, knight b3, knight f3. Few options are there, but let's say you go knight d e2 or natural is knight c2 because you want to go knight e3 and knight d5. If we land up in such a position, for black, he doesn't have d5 forever. So which is the next break he would be looking at as black instead of d5? Which is the other break he would have to prepare and try to go for that. Let's see how many of you know that. Anish Giri is playing Arena Kings. Oh. Yes, Hari, Gauri, Vinay, Adarsh, Sentil. You know that it's the b5 break which you're going to look at. And normally, when the pawn is on b3, another thing about b5 break is you have to keep an alert button for the c3 knight. So let's say if black goes rook c8, saying that you cannot go b3 to develop the bishop over there. And you cannot go bishop e3 because otherwise you're fighting with the knight for going to e3. So this is how if that happens and the knight goes to e3, very strategic position without the light square bishop, which would have been a bad bishop, and black has very happily exchanged his knight. So how is this working? How is this strategy completely against the rules of positional play? This position is fine for black. This is what I guess we are going to learn from Magnus from this game. I feel he is going to go into a comfortable position and Prag is thinking he's down to 1 hour 22 minutes. I doubt if he was expecting Khan from Magnus. Really doubt that. How many times recently has Magnus played Khan? I don't know if Sagar showed you. Bishop g5 is the move people are suggesting here, but bishop g5 you don't want to take here for sure, and then the bishop on g5 is generally not a nice place to be with some disco and tactical ideas. The bishop would love to be on e3 because it puts pressure on the b6 pawn with knight a4 in the future, rook c1. Generally, this is where you want your pieces to be, a3, b4. And, important point is f3, queen f2. That's the structure white goes for. But in this scenario, even h3 has been played. By the way, Prag goes f4. As we were discussing, feels so natural with the king in the center. You want to go f4. He's made sure with h3 the knight can't go to g4. Queen d3. Do you think Magnus will develop his dark square bishop or will he develop his light square bishop? A question to the chat. What would you do? Bishop b7 or bishop e7? A question to all of you. Do these players have multiple chess costumes for wearing and making? David, we don't really know about their wardrobe, but of course they are sponsored, and that's where many of them have contracts with the sponsors to wear those blazers and shirts. And every tournament would be a different scenario. So for sure, I don't know how many, whether they have multiple or they have single or what they have. I am not much into that. But Ali Reza, who is known to be into fashion designing now, is definitely bringing a new style to the game. Bishop b7. Before all of you answered, oh, many of you were confused. Actually, Bishop b7 was played and it was suggested by Deepesh, Arjun, Mitesh, and Ravikant, and many others. But Magnus is completely fine to delay the development of the bishop. How for white to continue, whether you want to continue with b3, whether you want to go f5. Can I just try and see if I can sacrifice the pawn in any way? Takes. If you take queen takes e5, this is the move normally you have to consider, because the queen sometimes lands in trouble, but not over here, because even this is a pin. You have time to develop the bishop. The rook comes to d8, another pin there. So not giving enough compensation for the pawn sacrifice. So e5 is eliminated. It's completely discarded. So we need to know the f5 e5 structure, and we need to analyze that a little bit more in terms of strategy. Apart from that, if white says I want to maintain the tension, I don't want you to close the center immediately, and he says he develops the bishop to e3. If this is how it continues, Magnus also develops his bishop to e7. White goes rook to c1, but this time there is no knight on c6, so you don't have ideas of knight c5 or knight b5 immediately. And black goes, let's say, long castle. If we reach such a position, in Maroczy bind, usually you would also consider ideas with knight a4. But because of the bishop and the knight looking at e4, and this time you don't have enough defenders, you don't have knight a4 ideas. I really find black's position very comfortable in such a scenario. So for Praggnanandhaa to think of how do I keep the maximum pressure on the board, he'll try to think of something else. One is developing the bishop from e3. Another is if he will think of a move like b3. Immediately you feel you want to go rook c8 with the idea of b5, because there is a pin here and a knight on c3 would be hanging. Let's say you go bishop b2 and now bishop e7, and white says now I have no job on c1, let me change it, and I go rook e1 with the ideas of e5. Can black simply castle over here? So a question to you is e5 move dangerous for black or no? Is the move e5 dangerous for black or no? No, yes. F5 is not a correct move. Yes, of course. Dangerous. No. Okay, majority of you think it's not dangerous. Because normally for white, like how we keep saying for black, d5 is important. For white, if he gets a successful e5, it's great. But in this scenario, we're talking about a successful e5. And if I make the move e5, d takes e5, f takes e5, you have isolated the pawn. But a nice idea, black to play. First of all, I can go simply knight d7. This can be attacked. It's isolated. It blocks your own bishop. You don't have the square knight f5. You have open files, but you don't have a very important bishop on this diagonal, which would, with the pawn on e5, knight on f6 being kicked away. You would have loved to get your queen and bishop. So, this bishop, sorry. So that's why e5 is not dangerous. But I would love that you guys know a thematic idea as well, and sometimes it converts into tactical idea. What is a nice move for black here? Black to play. Can you suggest a nice move for black? Black to play. Let's see how many of you are able to find it. Manish says my leeches rating is around 2150. What do you think should be my rapid rating? It's very, very rapid. What? FIDE rating? Your FIDE rating would be 1400. But now, because FIDE has also changed some rules, so maybe 1600 now. Not sure. Bishop c5, bishop c5. Okay, let me show you the answers here. We have varied answers. We have bishop c5 by many of them. But, oh, nobody's found a move. No, 5 people have found. Rupam, Mr. India, Vincent, Flossie, and Goals Corner have found a move. And the move is rook d8. Pinning the knight from here. Now if you take the piece on f6, black to play very quickly. Let's see how many of you are able to find this one. How should black continue? Whether you will go bishop c5 or whether you will take bishop f6. A question to all of you. Bishop c5 or bishop f6? What's the move here? Okay, most of the bishop c5 or bishop f6 was the question, but all of you, many of you, in fact, 22 people fell in the trap. The right move was rook d4 by Shri Kumaran, Cooking My Way, Rahul, Chess, Mokshit, Mishka, Chess Always, Spy, Rupam and Kshitij. क्या बात है. बाकी लोग वेरी सॉरी तुम लोगों को थोड़ा थोड़ा प्रैंक कर ही दिया मैंने. The right move is rook d4. If you take here, then bishop c5 and I'm pinning you. So that's the main idea. But first of all, after you don't get enough compensation. But here so many of you wanted to go bishop c5. There is a problem. There is a problem with this move. So you are attacking this twice. And what white is going to do is to defend it twice. Now you would say, okay, doesn't matter, I can still attack it with e5 and you are attacking it thrice. But with takes, queen takes c5, once again this piece is hanging. But the final, like there are many moves, but the most simplest is to get away from the queen, pin, you don't have a check, and this one is a big problem. So tactically it doesn't work. So, so सब लोग फंस तो गए. So bishop b7 on the board, we analyze so much, where were we reaching? Praggnanandhaa actually with 1 hour 12 minutes on his clock. And look at Magnus. Magnus is having 1 hour 41 minutes. This is only the 12th move. We are talking about 28 moves to be made. And now when we think 28 moves, 1 hour 12 minutes, arey kitna time hai. But no, if what we are looking at is after, at 1 hour 12 minutes, only 12 moves are done. And these next 5-6 moves are a lot of planning, a lot of strategy, a lot of decision making. So Praggnanandhaa might land in time pressure. So he will have to be careful. And for Magnus, I would say the opening has been successful. Opening has been successful. So e5 idea is not working. This taking this bishop is what the strategy will learn from Magnus. Maza aa raha hai. Paulson working. Let's guys start playing Paulson again. So many people were answering. Mast yaar, very nice. How many of you play Carlsen? How many of you play Khan? Sicilian Khan. How many of you play Carlsen? तो उसमें आंसर is 0. उसका कोई डाउट नहीं है. So if Prag wants to think कि he wants to do something creative, I think Prag will go f5. This is the best way, I think, for him to continue, because he's with the king in the center. He is asking black to decide and delay the castle further. E5 will be forced, and now white will decide where to go with the knight, whether knight c2, whether knight d2. What else is possible? Yeah, these two are good. Now knight b3 doesn't make much sense. So this is what the game will go to, and we will come back here. For now, Vaishali's game, which was going very interesting, and after looking at Prag's game, it's always nice to go to Vaishali, thinking that, oh, will Prag be watching Vaishali's game, Vaishali watching Prag's game, mast rahega. So rook d1, bishop g4, queen c3 has been played by Anna. She defends this, says that I'm not going to spoil the pawn structure. At the same time, there is another threat. What is the threat? White to play, what is the threat? Oh yeah, the time of Anna, Anmol, you are right. Anna is down to 1 hour 1 minute, and Vaishali has 1 hour 50 minutes. Insane preparation by Vaishali. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. 50 minutes of difference. But even yesterday, Alireza had that kind of a difference, almost 40 minutes. Eventually, it all landed in equal time. So, sometimes what happens is they think, oh, I have a lot of time, and then some move, one or two moves, you use all the time. Like one move, 20 minutes, second move, 15 minutes, third move, another 15 minutes, it's all gone. But if you're able to use this advantage, then time bar में तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा फायदा है. Yes, ed6 is the threat, guys. ed6 is a very strong threat. Queen c3 has been played. What did he play? ed6 is a disco here with the queen on c3. So if bishop takes f3, then this is the intermezzo white has. Before taking the bishop, he can give a check. But then black doesn't need to move the king, and he can go queen f6, defend this, and still spoil the pawn structure. So maybe we will go there. Bishop f3 might happen on the board. Quickly going to Prag's game to see if he played. Yes, Prag has gone f5 as we were predicting. Is there any other move Magnus can consider other than e5, you think? Any doubts other than e5? DC says, can you please ask us questions and call out names? Okay, I would do that. DC very confident of finding the right moves. What are the other suggestions? But d5, dekho bhi mat. When your king is here in the center. Right now, don't even. It's not a possibility. Bishop d6, g6. Bishop d6 nahi aa raha hai. G6. No, I don't think you want to do that with this. So bishop e7, you can't do it because your pawn is hanging. So there is a threat, and it's not easy to find a move. As Arav says, maybe queen d7 is at least another decent move to defend this. But then you are allowing fe6, fe6, and this is what you are allowing, opening of the f file. You have not yet castled, and a beautiful move here. Who wanted a question? White to play. White to play here. I would still. Wow. Actually, there are two beautiful moves. Let me see whether you can find two beautiful moves. Even I want to calculate that. One of the moves is my favorite. I've played that in Sicilian with the white pieces many times. So that's my favorite, but it's amazing that it is working over here. Okay, the move which most of you are suggesting is the move bishop g5. And this move is like, I'm wearing a plain white t-shirt. Just simple. It's not कुछ भी नहीं है उसमें guys. There is nothing. It's simplicity, nice move वगैरह वो सब ठीक है. But I asked you what is a beautiful move. थोड़ा feelings को समझो यार. Beautiful move. बस 2 बंदों ने find किया beautiful move. Can you believe that? Come on guys, you can try. That too, it's not just 1, 2 beautiful moves in the position. अब देखो चैट इज लाइक यार कौन से सैक आ रहा है इसमें देखो तो सही. Masked guy says just join. What is happening? Masked guy right now just find 2 beautiful moves. This is not the position we are analyzing, but if at all such a position arises, what could be 2 beautiful moves for white? And most of the people now want to go for rook f6. Firstly, I agree it's a beautiful move, but a beautiful move which doesn't work. So g takes f6 and you had a beautiful rook over there, jo gaya. Now how do you create the attack? Not so clear because all these guys are still just wearing their shoes and the lace is yet to be tied. They're not ready to run. So, oh my god, queen d7, I did not believe. Magnus is going to play queen d7. But look at this. Bishop h6, Itachi, Telegram, Srirang, DC, BFA, Cooking, Hriday, Vrishab, Raghav and Rupam. Well done. That's one beautiful move. And did anyone find another beautiful move? Vincent, Jivansh and Upendra. You guys have found the second beautiful move. So, Bishop h6 was one beautiful move. And the other one which for me personally is more beautiful is knight d5. These are the 2 sacrificed ideas because if you take here, you will say e takes d5 or c takes d5. Naturally, what you start calculating is, okay, king is in the center. I want to play e takes d5. I get this e6 square. I'm giving a check and all that. But black long castles. And black, yes, white has lovely compensation. Beautiful. You don't need anything immediate. It's more like a positional sacrifice with weak squares and piece activity. But interestingly, the nice move is c takes d5 because you're preparing against long castle. This is the point. Black cannot long castle and give such an open file with a beautiful outpost on c6. Hence c takes d5 is a nice idea. And if you go bishop e7, then jumps the knight to e6 saying that array castle is illegal. Knight g7 is threatened. So this one was very, very beautiful. The other one, the best one, bishop h6, which was suggested. If you take here, then all of you wanted to play rook f6. Now, rook takes e6 is such a massive threat. The king in the center, you can't go e5, knight still jumps to e6. Will be a chaos on black. So what actually we can reach here? Oh my god, 1 second, let me quickly call Sagar. So by the way, we have KV who has gifted 1 Chessbiz India membership. Thank you, KV. Jivan Sharma has got that membership. And Sagar, you're here. Right now, I want to tell you, this is the position on the board. Do not look at anything else. But, I should not even show you the chat chess moves. But Sagar, if Prag takes here, and for now, okay, can you come in the frame? Jaldi aa jao. Right now, you're the student, Sagar. Question is, White has two beauties here. Okay?
Beauties.
Two beauties. You know? Malika and Poonam.
Who?
Okay, you know. The point is, can you find those good moves here? Anyone. एक भी किया तो चलेगा. एक भी. But नहीं नहीं उत्कर्ष, ये मेरे ही बस का है. और इधर मुझे क्वेश्चंस पे क्वेश्चंस इज लाइक अ फेवरेट पोजीशन. इट्स इनसेन टू गेट सच अ पोजीशन इन Prag वर्सेस Carlsen. मजा आ रहा है. White to play. What
Very
is
difficult.
really? That's why Magnus has missed it. And because Magnus has missed it, high chances we should not get very excited because Prag can also miss it.
Yeah, maybe
One is very difficult.
I want to
What
play
what is your
Rook
instinct?
F6,
Rook F6.
but it's
ठीक है,
not
natural.
working.
Natural to consider that.
Yeah, but it's
And
not working.
correct. You understand you don't have pieces.
So another
Next.
move is Bishop G5, but then there is Bishop E7.
Hmm?
Bishop G5, Bishop E7.
Yeah, Bishop G5. That's what I gave an example. It's like a white t-shirt, plain t-shirt pehna hai. It's nice. It's simple. But it doesn't count in a beauty, you know. It's not a beautiful move. So what's a beautiful move, Sagar? King is in the
Knight
center.
E6.
I like that you consider this capture, though it's not gonna work right
Knight
now, but
D5, I thought.
it's an important idea to consider before discarding it. And black will be... Can black develop the bishop to e7? No, it's a big blunder. Very quickly to the chat, white to play. Very quickly. Why would this be a massive blunder? लाइव बॉय सेज मैं पिज्जा खा रहा हूँ, आपको भी ऑर्डर करना चाहिए. पिज्जा विजा कुछ नहीं इधर, सब knights and bishops and everything. Yes guys, knight c7. Look at the speed of the chat at which they are suggesting this move. Knight c7. Already 25 people in 3 seconds have answered that, Sagar. It's a big massive fork. So not bishop e7. You can go rook c8. Okay, it's better for black. He can, but it's still something which will calculate. It will not go there. Triple royal forks.
Well, I want to play E5, but then E5 DE only.
Okay, so that means it's difficult, guys. It is a difficult move because I thought Sagar would come here and say the move, but it's not easy, and that's why Magnus has missed it because he played the move queen d7 pretty quickly. But if Prag is alert,
Knight
this
D5.
is his chance. One is 95. Yes, you found the one beauty. और एक दूसरी बताओ. बेचारा सागर. It feels like I'm ragging you, no? Huh?
Bishop H6 maybe.
Yes! क्या हो गया? Suddenly you found both of them together,
Yeah, I mean
back
Knight
to back.
D5. I thought this position is very good compensation because I can put my knight here, check, and so on.
Wait a moment. So ED5 most natural, and I'm sure that even in the game, even for Prag or Magnus, you won't just start calculating with this pawn, especially with the king being in the center. I think this is an engine move. It's a very tough one, but the idea of this move is simple, that you stop his long castle. You don't want him to long castle. That is his idea. With the knight jumping to e6 or bishop e3, rook c1, c6 outpost, these are weaknesses. And if black goes for short castle, he cannot because knight jumps to e6 anyway. So this one is tough for the reason of ed5, long castle, and that is the position you will say, okay, I could still go into that. And I would love to see that position as well. But bishop h6, Sagar, over here, bishop h6, suddenly you feel like, what if he doesn't take? Because if he takes, this is gone. Okay, it's completely like a massacre on the 6th rank. But if you don't take, this bishop, what does it do? It stops the development. G7 pay. This can't be pushed. This is attacked. What is black going to do here? A big question.
Long castle.
अभी long castle करोगे? You still can't take here. But how to continue, guys, here? White to play. HH says, chess classics you must know. Please restart. Please restart.
Yeah.
Yes, practical chess endgames. You should go for 100 endgames you must know. Very good book. And Dvoretsky's endgames. Beautiful. Oh, he has not gone for it. He goes bishop g5. But here you can take your bishop back, because what you made happen is force him to long castle, which is not an ideal scenario for such a position. But Prag doesn't take itself. He doesn't even start with that. He goes bishop g5 and he's threatening fe6, fe6, winning the pawn simply, directly. Feels like black is forced to play e5. But with e5, you enter a pelican like structure. What is the pelican like structure, guys? Bishop f6, gf6. The
And
knight
now
is gone.
let's ask the chat where to put the knight.
Okay, let's ask here. White to play.
Positional play, guys. Positional play. Where do you move your knight?
But Prag is getting a clearly better position, Sagar.
Yeah.
And dinner. Just sit here.
Sure. Yes, guys, knight on c2 is beautiful by Agastya Gaurai, Amukta, Srihari, Nandakishore, Pranjal, Rasoi Magic. The point here being that I want to reroute the knight here and put it on d5, and it's almost like a losing position here for black. So Magnus very quickly, instead of pushing the pawn to e5, plays bishop e7. And I think Amruta was very hopeful to take and play here knight d5 or bishop h6. But Prag's move, bishop g5, might be the best move in the position. Because after bishop e7, you are in no hurry to actually take here. Because once you take, black is the one who benefits out of it. I could play rook a d1, and now if you castle here, the queen can switch over this way, putting pressure on the d6 pawn, also putting pressure here on the e6 pawn. Now, what is really interesting here to note is that if, by the way, Prag also finds rook a d1. What a player Praggnanandhaa is. He's found bishop g5, and then he's also found rook a d1, which are the best moves in the position. Unbelievable. Guys, I think Praggnanandhaa is just understanding the dynamics of the position. And I was just wondering to myself, if fe, and rook a d1, black can castle, right? But if instead of taking, I've played rook a d1 and you castle, queen g3, here already there is this pressure here. And this is what was a little bit confusing for me, that why couldn't white take and play here? There is knight e4. And this position is completely okay for black. So if I go back by that logic, rook a d1, castles, queen g3, and now if you take here, it does not work, because after take, what is the winning move here for white. White to play, guys. नहीं खाली अभी नहीं. So this is the small little move that you should be able to spot. Yes, Amit Sharma, I like your sharpness actually. Amit Sharma, very, very strong. And in fact, he's Anusha Karthikeyan. Because many of you want to play f6 and it doesn't work after take, bishop g6, going back. It's a very important move that blocks the check. But if you play bishop e7, queen e7, and now f6, it's already game over. Because the rook defends here and there's a mate. It's a beautiful double double attack by the pawn here. So I think this tension remaining in the position, not taking, is helping white in many ways. Black is unable to simplify the position. So this is a very, very good move here by Praggnanandhaa, who has understood that keeping this tension is to his benefit, Amruta.
Rook d1 was not easy, right? Absolutely. Rook e1 seems so natural. But what a game, no, Sagar? You're enjoying Prag versus Magnus?
Very much so, Amruta. I thought we were seeing like it's looking very cool and calm till here. F5, but instead of playing e5 here.
I'm very surprised Magnus didn't go for e5 actually.
Because e5, knight
positionally it feels knight c2, but it is not so simple. Because rook c8, you attack the c4 guy without that is the point of early knight d3. Now you go b3.
Maybe suppose, knight e3.
Then there will be b5, right?
Yeah, if you play b3, there is b5. Because here the knight is hanging. So I would rather play knight e3 defending here. But then I've blocked my bishop from coming out. And this already looks okay for black. So, yeah, maybe e5 was the move. But Magnus went queen d7. And this is where you got all excited, right?
Oh, Amruta, so I was looking at this variation f6, f6. And he played queen d7. So I was expecting f6.
But Prag actually finds the most logical way.
Move, in fact, than the computer.
Rook a d1. Amazing. Hari says, Sagar, what if black plays at 6 at any point? So let's say now you play at 6. Then I would take first, attack the queen. You would take back. And now comes a very, very important move, guys. White to move. It's not an easy move, but I think you will be able to spot it. What is the move that white should play? Not easy. Not easy. In fact, we have few people in the chat who have found the move, Amruta, which just goes to show it's such a strong chat. Even though the position is tough, we have 10 people. Telegram, Srirang, Agastya, Hari, Vinay, Shubhang, Chess, Pranjal, Sujal, and Kaustup. The move is e5.
And you know what I was confused, Sagar? Whether you first take on f6 and then go e5 or direct e5.
Because Amruta, if you take, I take with the bishop, and now e5 I take.
Yeah, and queen f7.
Check. I think I can bring my queen here.
Correct. Okay, so that now you don't have queen f7 after e5. That is the important point.
And now if you take, I have check. Let's say you go king f8. In many ways to win here.
100.
Take, sack, take, rook is hanging, so king g8, and now knight
Why are you saying take, 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 take? It's not Hikaru's game.
Take, take, take. Yeah. And this is winning Amruta because if you play queen f7, I can just go queen takes e5 and this is completely busted. Rook f1 is coming in. There are many different moves. Knight d5. White is completely winning. So Prag's position looks so dangerous for Magnus, and I like how Prag has taken his time, Amruta. He's down to 1 hour 1 minute, but he's found the best moves.
Amazing moves.
Yeah, I think this is something about Prag that is always been very special, that he is able to recognize the key moments often and spends time and finds the moves.
Somehow this whole bishop placing to on g5, f5 rook d1, all of these were not natural Sicilian moves, so he finding these were not easy. That's why Prag took a lot of time, and that's why Magnus also would have underestimated these moves, because
Yeah.
intuitively you don't start calculating with them. They are more about calculation actually.
True.
So what about Vaishali? For quickly, Vaishali had 50 minutes more.
Wow. At this point, she had 52 minutes more. She took. Look at this
Which we
move.
saw
Check.
queen f6, and Vaishali was so prepared. I think Vaishali is still more than 1 hour almost.
Wow.
Look at the time, 1 hour 42 minutes for Vaishali, and Anna is having 44 minutes. Candidates preparation.
Yeah, could be. But Amruta, I think White's position is looking very nice. Black seems to be under some trouble. Firstly, you are pawn down as black because you're 5 versus 6. Secondly, I don't know, like White just seems to be doing pretty well. So
Why you think so? I mean, the pawn on d7 is close to the king, so you can lose it.
but
The
how?
bishop on a7 is doing pretty good. Rook g5 check, and because you will have a weakness on h2 and f2, and
Yeah.
whenever you move your knight, there is rook d5 also. So
It's not so easy, Amruta, to sort of uh here continue with the black pieces. And I think Vaishali, even though she has a massive lead on time, which is close to an hour, needs to play carefully here. Ju Wenjun versus Pia Cramling is ending in a draw. This tournament has had very few decisive results. Another game that might end in a draw is Humpy versus Tingjie. In women, there's been only one decisive game in classical,
yeah,
while in open there have been zero.
what about Caruana and Ding Liren?
Yeah, this game, it seems, Amruta, already Fabiano seems to be doing very well. And here, I was wondering if we can take on d4 here with the bishop. Because if you play c5, I have ed attacking the bishop, which is not a good idea. So, at this point, Amruta, I feel like bishop takes might be the best answer, but Fabi is just calculating everything. He also is 37 minutes ahead on the clock. Let's go to Nakamura versus Firouzja. Firouzja under some pressure, Amruta. Hitting the pawn on b7. He goes b6 very quickly. And
That c6 knight looks so dicey.
yeah.
Knight a6, no? Knight a6 with the idea of knight c7 fork. Rook c8, rook a8.
Yes. So somehow white is better, but black is surviving after this bold move b6.
Okay. So then Prag versus Carlsen remains the most exciting game.
Yeah.
After Rook d1, Carlsen is using his time. When did he start taking time? He had 1 hour 34 minutes. And it's been 12 minutes since he's thinking.
He hasn't played his move, and this can get something very, very interesting here. Amruta, while the people are thinking, I think it's good to announce that today is the birthday of Gukesh, and Gukesh turns 18 years old, which is the reason why we have a special offer in our chat, which is mentioned there. We have a very special offer on our screen, which is if you manage to purchase it, it's the first link in the description.
I like the image which you have put, Sagar. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
So
it's
Gukesh
like
on the throne, and it's like he's 18% off.
so. This is what we have. Gukesh, attack like a super grandmaster, and you get 4 hours of training from one of the best players in the world. In fact, the World Championship challenger. This has 18% off today because it's Gukesh's 18th birthday.
And while Chess Buddy actually asks, hello Sagar sir, can you please suggest me books for making plan or calculation at rating of 1522? Maybe Gukesh's DVD also is very good for plans and calculations together.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful.
It's good for calculators and also attacking chess because Gukesh shows his games, and in that we keep continuously asking questions. Find the best move, find the best move, and so on. And like, what would you do? So it's actually a very good one to if you're looking for some improvement. Oh, Harmonica by Narendra says, happy that I just now ordered it. Wow, that's so cool to hear. Thank you so much, Narendra. Surya Narayan says, Sagar bhai, kuch tips for CA. Just do your best and don't worry about the result too much. Just enjoy yourself, and I think you will do well. Vinayaka Ramakrishnan says, next Vishy's birthday, can we get 55% off? Yes, why not? If we do something with Vishy, we will. But then his birthday is on 11th of December, and we can say, oh, 11% off. Yeah, we have the subscriber count, which is moving ahead with 16,33,166. Amazing.
तुम क्या पत्ते खेल रहे थे?
By the way, guys, these are the cards which are chess cards. So with every card, there is a position there, and it's a very nice one. This is the famous. Does anyone remember this position? Famous one, Fischer Rashevsky. Very good morning from California to Prithvi Ganesh. Hello, Prithvi ji. But Amruta, I'm still not convinced that Prag is completely winning or better after Queen G3. Like, it seems like yesterday, just like Hikaru was better.
So why? Let's try to convince you, Sagar.
I was thinking like if after Rook C8. This move is crazy, yeah.
Oh, you should ask such a move, Sagar.
And now I will ask, what should White do here, guys?
This one
White
is
to
easy,
play.
no? This one is easy.
Yeah. White to move.
If this one is that easy, then Sagar, the chat is going to say to you, छोटी बच्ची है क्या?
Yes, the right move here is, of course, knight takes on e6, unleashing the rook's attack on the queen, and a very good answer by Jumka, Telegram, Sheshatri, Rasoi, Aniket, Chespat, Tarun, Adarsh, Arjun, and Agastya. Well done, guys. So, Amruta, Queen G3 followed by e5 is very good. So queen g3 actually sets up e5. Now will Magnus castle? If he doesn't castle, what does he do, Amruta? Is a very, very open question, because now knight c2.
Now e5 is happy because his bishop is out, you know. And at e5 square. Exactly. This is such a dream position for white.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think Magnus is already in big trouble. Only thing is, if he castles, which is the most natural, Prag has to play queen g3, which is not an easy move to find.
What would be more natural here for the guys in the chat? Let's say instead of queen for castle, white to place, instead of queen g3, if you had to consider any other move, what would it be?
Well, once you see it, Amruta, it feels easy.
Correct. So queen g3 नहीं देखो ना, मतलब देख लिया है.
Yes,
so
now
we
they've
go back.
already.
Like, oh, by the way, today I had for dinner puran poli, which is a Maharashtrian dish, but a very nice one. And
Yeah.
Gukesh's birthday, so puran poli was a better substitute than cake.
Nice.
Sub count stuck.
Oh, he goes rook c8. Magnus is so smart. He does not castle. He plays his rook to c8, but Amruta, it's actually a big mistake here, because now Prag has a very powerful move. Guys, can you find it? White to play. What is the move? It's not at all easy, but Prag, can he find it? Because in such positions, you generally want to do something. But this is more like a nature of waiting move.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, improving your position, not waiting move.
Because the first point which comes to the mind is bishop f6, knight d5.
Yeah. I was also wondering, Amrita, if you
After
could go
FP.
queen g3. But if you do that, rook takes c4 might come in.
No,
So that's
so can you go FP, bishop f6, knight d5? That's same idea.
take, right?
Now, yeah. But castle, short castle.
Yeah,
it's like भाग गया मैं.
Black seems to be in complete control here.
Okay, so what is the move? Has the chat found it?
Yeah, very tough actually.
No?
Let's see what the move has been recommended here. Yes. Oh, 22
Queen e2 कैसे
people.
मिला यार? Queen e2, it's a tough one.
Rohit Kumar, Abhishek Kumar, Vishwakarma, Aniket, Tanishk Prabhu, Gnanendra, Agastya, Michelle, Samar, Mishka, Denver.
So it's like taking a queen back to where it
Threatening
was.
E5.
And yeah, rook on d1, it's also like, okay, अभी मैं मेरा job मेरे को करने दो, बीच में मत आओ.
Yeah.
That kind
So
of
he
a thing.
must go e5. And then you can put your knight here, take on e3, and knight e3 to d5.
So strategically, if Prag is getting a better position, somehow I feel when it is more about strategy, somehow Magnus is able to get out of those problems. But materially, if you are better, it's
he's
different.
put Prag under big pressure to find queen e2, which might not be the easiest move to find. He can also
Magnus has
play.
missed it. Or Magnus has considered it, but his assessment is not as bad for him.
Yeah. No, clearly he's not very happy with his position. Can be seen from his time consumption. Like he's thought for so long for his last couple of moves. And now with rook coming to the central file, the pressure is building.
Tamjid says, I don't understand the idea of queen e2.
Well,
So if you want to say rook c8, queen e2, let's say short castle, okay, for the most natural way. Then your idea is to go, let's ask the chat here, what is the move white should play?
oh, that already they know.
ठीक है, but एक बार mind में revision हो जाएगा. And who has been asked? You had a question by somebody. Wait. Sagar, you were showing Bishop E6 game of Fischer from Rosenwald, New York in 1957. Was it that one in the card?
No, it was Fischer Reshevsky, but yeah, it was famous Bishop F7. But Amruta, will Praggnanandhaa play Queen E2? Because Queen G3 just loses the C4 pawn. So for the time being, you stick with it. Play Queen E2.
So yes, 37 people have found a move. E5.
Yeah. But do you think, Amruta, after Queen E2, E5, let's say this beautiful move, Knight C2. And I like this position so much because now I'll take Knight E3 and we'll have like both knights fighting
Okay,
for.
how much is this advantage in true sense if we want to understand?
Very
Computer
huge.
says plus 1.6. Okay.
Very huge.
Mm, for white, guys, what is one of the main reason why it favors white? What is that imbalance for which it favors white? Yes, Gyanendra, only one tip. Focus on the process. Have whatever you're doing, do it wholeheartedly with all your soul. Knight's might, space and c for king, active center. D5, outpost, backward bishop. Black's bishop. Exactly, one of the important reason in this scenario, which is helping white, is his light square bishop. You know, this bishop which is out now. The light square bishop would have been a pain, but it is not on the board. It's like such a gift suddenly that Magnus's black knight has got exchanged with this bishop, and after the bishop got exchanged, Prag planned it in a way to keep the central pawns on the light squares and fixing them. Like he's okay if black ever goes e5 because this bishop is out from the board. So he knows that this pawn structure bad bishop and I don't have it. One of the key reasons. So for Magnus, that's why it's always a little risky when you're making a move like knight d3. You have to be quite alert, and queen d7 was pretty much a weak move, which has not helped him at all.
But Amruta, Prag has been thinking for almost 8 minutes now. And you know, there are tempting options here.
Yeah, queen g3 doesn't work. Okay. Hey, queen g3 you considered kya?
Yeah, just he takes this pawn is what we
But
analyzed.
no compensation with rook c4, fe6, fe6.
Or maybe e5. This is what we analyze, right, Amruta?
Okay, no, but not e5. Let's say fe6.
But why not e5?
It's too complex. First, I want to see simple
But
chess.
this is the idea. Like if you take here, I have knight e6. This is what we saw, right?
This was maybe your idea, but I don't know. I've forgotten that, so I have a fresh idea.
Actually, black has, Amruta, a crazy move here. Can I ask the chat to find it?
Pucho, sub pucho. That's what the chat is
black to
saying.
play,
Ask
black to
us
play.
and read our names if we find it.
Guys, go for it. Black to play. Very, very strong move here. And it's not easy.
Isn't it easy? It's not easy. You are right.
We have only few people in the chat who found the answer, Amruta. We have Ajay Agarwal. Vinay Patil, Adarsh, Tanishk, Prakash. Well done. Rook takes knight, attacking the
nice.
queen.
Wow, what a move.
And now knight jumps in, attacks the queen and the bishop.
Mast. Rook c3 is a good move, man. And tactical.
Yeah, that's why I think this move doesn't work, because it's not just winning this pawn, it's also threatening to take there.
Got it. But एक बार मेरे लिए Sagar, I want to see the natural idea. Like queen g3, rook c4. I don't want to go e5. I want to go fe6.
Yeah.
fe6. And here I want to see if there is anything.
E5?
Same problem, no, in rook c3.
Yeah.
Don't go e5. No, if there is nothing here, then yeah, then this doesn't work.
Because already I have a threat of rook takes c3.
Right. Okay, I don't have a threat. Bishop f6, everything is protected.
Oh, Prag finds it! Let's go, Prag! Queen e2 on the board, threatening e5. Opening up the position, and you can see the queen on d7 is right opposite the rook. It wants to move away. But if it moves away, the e6 pawn is left undefended. So it cannot move away. It has a duty to perform. But then e5 is coming in, and then this is hanging. So all in all, it's a bad position here.
Wow, Prag creating chaos. Such a chaotic threat, yeah. e5, if it happens on the board, it feels like the center is in
It's game over. It's game over. Why?
If e5 happens.
No, I mean,
oh,
because
okay,
because look at it. If you castle, I simply go e5 and it's crushing, because if knight moves, there's f6 and
okay, you can't castle.
so you have to
E5
take
is forced
and then
castle.
knight e6 and you win material, right? But so the only move, as you rightly pointed out, is e5. But then I go knight c2. I'm threatening to take knight e3 and knight d5 with a positionally dominating knights.
These double bishops are definitely bad against the double knights, and Prag loves knights. Prag loves knights.
Queen e2 is such a classy move. Praggnanandhaa plays. It's
one?
a little bit backward move and very important, because he removes the queen from the d file, prepares e5, and at the same time defends c4. So it's one of those very, very tough moves. Once you make it, everyone's like, well done, well done, well done.
मजा आ गया सागर, मजा ही आ गया. आई थिंक प्रग ओपी फॉर दिस मूव. एक बार क्वीन e2 के लिए प्रग ओपी हो जाए चैट में.
Yeah. So let's have a look at how much better is the position after knight c2, because that seems to be where we are heading towards. Castles, bishop takes, knight e3. And this is, wow, guys, I want to show you the famous game of Smyslow versus Rudakowski. And this is something which is very important for all of you to know. This is my favorite game. It's also in Learn from Classics. I can show you in our here. Let me see if I can pull this up. You can see I have chess base. I'm opening mega database here, and after Control F, everyone, I'm going to use the filter here. And why am I showing you this game? You will realize in a second. So I do Smyslov Vasily versus Rudakowski. Very famous game based on the d5 square. There you have 1-0. This is the game I want to showcase. Let me get that on the screen now. So the game we are seeing, you will understand the logic behind it. Is also there in our so it's pretty similar to what happened in the game, because
Smyslow.
This is the position which we are talking about. The knight on d5 versus the bishop here, and it's total domination. In fact, if you see Smyslow won without any difficulty. He just crushed his opponent. So, this is what I would say is happening here with the d5 square being so weak that both the knights are coming in. So, let's say, for example, here maybe you go h6, I play knight here, takes. Already white is clear cut better.
Also, the a6, b6 pawns are weak. Sometimes this pawn being on b7 really helps for the bishop also with ideas to shift. Wow, what a... This one is positionally lost for black in a way. I mean, Prag would be able to convert this. Such positions as in reassess your chess also, knight against bishop. You'll see it. Bishop, what is the move? Bishop takes f6. All these understanding develops. So all those who are 1200, 1300, it's a really good time. Chess Shastras is also a famous game of Bobby. Rook a1 with a4 idea.
Ah,
It is
yes.
one good move.
That's also a famous game, true. But Prag's game is going to be also quoted now, Amrita, if he beats Magnus Carlsen today. What are your thoughts on that? It's maybe still far away because Magnus is a great defender.
Yeah, he doesn't let opponents easily beat him. Ravikant says, my office is going to have a chess competition. It is an IT company. Any suggestions?
Ravikant, you can write to us at chessbizindia@gmail.com or contact at chessbiz.in, and we will write back to you with what you can do to make it interesting there.
जल्दी वहां से हटो सेज अमृता प्लेड सिमिलर गेम वर्सेस समय आई गेस. अरे वाह जल्दी क्या ही याद है. बॉबी फिशर के गेम है, इसमें स्लो के गेम है.
Did you play something like that?
उसको याद है, मुझे तो याद ही नहीं, इसके लिए तो मैं बोल रही हूँ.
Harsh says, will this be first ever win of Prag over Magnus in classical chess? I think it will be the first ever win of any Indian player.
No, Vishy नहीं.
Yeah, any young talent of Indian player in classical chess, right? Or has
Yeah.
anyone beaten? I know Vidit hasn't. I think Arjun.
Right now who beat, but that was super bet, so it wasn't classical again.
Yeah.
Arjun asked, do you think who do you think has better chances between Carlsen and Prag if this game goes to Armageddon? Yeah, hopefully it won't. Matlab, absolutely it won't.
Yeah, I mean, if after this Prag botches his advantage and gives Magnus, like a chance, then in the Armageddon, Magnus would be the heavy favorite.
And actually, I would say even to get such a position against Magnus with the white pieces is a very difficult scenario. It can be complex, attacking and all. But if he gets the strategic advantage of a good knight versus a bad bishop, that he should convert. It's important that he converts. Because if not now, then when?
True. Why doesn't the live board reflect Queen E2? It's already there, no? Live board, guys. On the top, you can see Queen E2 is there.
Zeus says, any self-help book suggestions which have helped you outside of chess? Self-help or reason? We don't call it self-help though, but
many books actually.
Not many.
Today we were looking at that. Maybe I can show you a few. Very useful to me.
बुक्स का सवाल पूछा तो फिर बुक्स तो लेके ही आएगा वो. What are the chances from here for Prag to winning? Or it can end in a draw also. Of course it can end in a draw also. I think right now is an important moment whether Magnus will go e5, e5 now, or first will he castle. I think Prag knows this his advantage. Magnus is uncomfortable. Prag knows that he shouldn't be over trusting Magnus. I'm having very positive feelings for white side. I mean, if it was Magnus and such a position, he would never botch up. In Sharjah no, in Qatar, sorry. Qatar Masters, Murli Karthikeyan won against Magnus, says Varun.
Oh, yes.
Yes, good reminder.
Good one.
Actually,
Good one.
very good.
So one book is this one. I like it a lot. It's not a self-help book, but it doesn't have to be crazy at work. Nice book. One of the books I read earlier.
I read and then I
Maybe-
realized that it has to be crazy at
Oh,
work.
E5 played Amruta.
Yeah, expected.
Now knight c2 definitely, or first you take, also possible.
Because you can't take d4, then bishop d4.
And knight c2.
Bishop g5 if I go, 1 second. Okay.
Interesting.
I want to immediately go knight d5.
I was thinking
but I
this
will...
move. Because I'm threatening, so you must take.
You are going for b6 weakness. But wait, rook c4? Queen b6 and
Yeah, but
short castle is fine, no?
Isn't this hanging?
But maybe.
And by the way, Amruta, here I can even just leave that pawn and find an attacking move. Let's ask our chat. An attacking move in this position for white. White to play.
Nice, nice, nice. That's a good one.
Another book that has been one of my favorites. Really like it.
Shoe Dog.
Nike's founder. Another interesting book, No Rules by Netflix. Founder.
But these are also for.
This is a good one. Atomic Habits.
But these are self-help books.
Yeah, Atomic Habits is self-help. And this one.
Oh, this is our favorite. This is amazing.
Very good book.
This is very good. But if you want
Ansh Kumar
more
says,
towards,
Sagar bhai, any advice for CS students? He's stressed. Bhai, Ansh Kumar ji, don't be stressed. You know, you get stressed only when you're thinking about the result as such. You need to just calm down and you need to enjoy the process, because even if you become CA sometimes, stress is something
इतना
that
कुछ
doesn't
लाइफ
go
में
away.
फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है सीए बनने.
No, I think it's important to not have stress, because even
Kidding,
people who
kidding.
become CA later on get stressed. So I think much more important is to enjoy without worrying about the result. If you don't think about the result, there's no stress. You can enjoy yourself while writing the paper as well. By the way, let's see if people got stressed while answering this question. Not really. 25 of you. Rupam, Amrit, Pranav, Vinay, Gnanendra, Unknown, Tanishk, Divyansh, Mokshit and Kim Fun found the move f6. Because after g6, I can take here now. And with this pawn inside the camp, it can get very, very dangerous. So e5, and Prag now taking his time. Maybe he should speed up a bit, because he has 48 minutes left to make 24 moves. We are on move number 17 now. Zeus says, thank you, Sagar Bhai. I have read Atomic Habits, helped me lose 20 kg weight in 1 year. Will read 7 habits that you suggest.
7
Thank you.
effective. हाँ.
Actually, there was one interesting chapter in 7 effective habits.
Win-win वाला. Oh, Shubham Sao actually makes the list of the. There are, if you want also the books which are like the courage to be disliked.
No,
or,
there are
you know,
some
there's
good ones.
some
There are
other.
Actually,
style
now I saw
also.
this, Amruta, I'm reading. I just opened a few pages and it seems like such an interesting one to reread again.
For prioritizing, it could really help. Yeah. But it's again those books, like you remember you loved The Diamond Cutter. You remember you loved the book Deliberate Calm.
Yeah.
You loved, I mean, you should really think of making at least a few 60 seconds or 2-3 minutes of summary videos or your opinions about every book. Even if 100 videos to ho hi jayega na, we'll have 100 books.
Yes, let's do it. Bishop takes f6! Bishop takes f6, knight c2 on the board. Amruta, let's...
मस्त प्रगु गुक्की का बर्थडे प्रगु एकदम फॉर्म पे मैग्नस अंडर प्रेशर मैग्नस अंडर स्ट्रेस
Oh my god, Magnus would be so upset because
no
you know,
this is the last position he would want to
Yeah.
get
also White's plan is so simple. Pa idhar khel lo. Like if suppose you castle Amruta, knight e3, correct? You can also go from here, by the way. But knight e3, and let's say you wait somehow, king h8.
Yeah, wait a second, wait a second. B95. Let's say you don't look here, okay? So with your understanding, 95 खेला, मैंने खेला bishop d8. Just make 2-3 moves and see that if you are also able to keep the advantage. क्या
I
कर रहे हो?
wanted to
तुम्हारा
play-
दांत दुख रहा है क्या? नहीं.
Maybe f6 just.
ठीक है. So इसके
No,
लिए
wait.
I want bishop
Just-
d5.
Like I want to show f6, take, and now knight takes. And the point is, after take, rook takes.
Rook c6.
This is hanging.
Queen h5.
Yes. Stopping this rook from moving and next threatening rook h6 or something on those.
Or rook f1.
Or rook f1.
But one second. If I go rook c4, then rook d6, right?
Yeah.
Calculate करना पड़ेगा. But my question is, if I go bishop g5 here, which I was suggesting.
By the
but
way,
don't
I wanted to go knight e3, right? But I can also go knight b4.
You get the same
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Then it is better. Then it is definitely better. Ultimate Fan says Sagar by acting out, Prag fighting tooth and nail. That's a good one. Itachi says, what a day. अरे अभी तो शुरू हो रहा है. Arjun says, do you read fiction? Have you read The Kite Runner? That was my last read. Oh, we have got a gift from our friend.
Yes, Kite Runner is one of our friend Supriya's favorite book. So she has gifted us. It's a nice book, but I haven't read it fully.
Ninja says, Sagar sir, how to earn in chess? Because I rated 2250, but I'm not earning. Are you FIDE rated 2250 or online rated 2250? Because your earning will very much change based on that. Thank you, RC. Karthik says, I've read 7 Habits. It's so good. Arey, kya billi. Pratik says, I don't know if someone has asked this before, but is the thumbnail guy on leave? We have this thumbnail guy right now. The thumbnail is not very well put. So, okay.
It's thumbnail guy is in Norway right now, and Abhyudaya that is. He is covering in Norway and doing a phenomenal job with it.
Haan.
Vaibhav Setia, would you play b3 before playing f6 or is the pawn irrelevant? If yes, how do you calculate irrelevance? So I think Vaibhav was talking about here. Maybe this line, take, 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 attacking here. And I think rook c4. Here maybe he was saying like, can we, instead of playing knight e3, go b3? But, you know, Vaibhav, the irrelevance mainly comes here from the fact that there are other things which are more important, like the king's position. So f6, g6, queen b6 means I'm already creating such a mess on this d6 pawn. Like for example, if you go back, I'll come here. Now you can't castle ever because my queen enters and checkmates you. So there are other advantages. So if you notice this carefully, you will be able to understand that when to give up this pawn on e3, because many players feel like, oh, I have a static advantage of d5 square. Let me not make a move like this because then unnecessarily the position will sharpen. But those who are dynamically inclined know that this is actually in their
F6 is
favor
important,
because they have a better minor piece. And here already like white has a very big advantage.
But it's going to convert where, calculation will become very important. And We have a super chat, by the way. It's not me. Asks, do you read books on Kindle?
Well, I have a Kindle, but I don't read them because I like to make notes here. Like, for example, a book like this, I would like to write down on the side like this. Uh, and that is something which I think I can open here and I can read saying, Amruta has anxiety issues. What have I written?
But read.
Or here,
I did have at that point of time.
should I read? Amruta has anxiety issues.
No, not fully, but let me see. Yeah. In order to solve the problem of sleeping at night, she has tried several things. One day she watches Big Bang Theory and it gives her a good sleep. So what had just happened? Continued below. Okay, then is like.
Amruta had a
But what was the
problem.
point of it?
She found a method to solve it. She tries to understand what it is uh, about it that solves her anxiety issue. She repeats it and becomes a habit. Habits are reliable solutions to recurring problems. That's what I've written. But yeah.
that that
Oh, we have someone who's given 5 memberships. Ore, bye. Nikhil Bapna, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships because these 5 memberships will be used for giving 5 memberships to our viewers, but also for our program on laptops that we have built, and this is very, very close to our heart. By the way, I must tell you, Amruta,
yes.
that we helped 14 players this time with our memberships for laptops, and with each of these people who are becoming members, we'll be able to support many more. And also, nowadays we have a special feature for members, which is that there are certain videos which are scheduled for members only. So now what happens is, before I was scheduling just like that and it would be private and become public, but now YouTube has a new feature that it is public for members before it goes public overall. So for few hours, sometimes some videos can only be accessed by members.
Yeah, so last time we had given 14 laptops and we can aim at more this time. Let's see how it goes. We are going to have World Championship in November, Sagar, which is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, meanwhile, guys, you can see that Fabiano Caruana is pressing against Ding Liren, and he wants to, maybe later on, Ding wants to go c5. I was wondering if I can sacrifice my bishop. Wow, it works, Amruta. Check.
Oh, Caruana can sacrifice against Ding, but Ding is, if he's playing well, he will be able to defend well as well. By the way, Gautam asks, in cricket I have seen how luck favors players. What about its role in chess? Of course, I think it favors in chess also, but many times I think there is a trap. Many times खुद मिस्टेक भी करो और बोलते हैं बैड लक. So sometimes people are not objective. Actually it does happen with people. It happened with me. It happens with everyone, and then you learn, okay, sometimes some things are not about luck. It's just that तुमको वो नहीं जम रहा है यार, थोड़ा इम्प्रूव करो उस चीज में, and then there is the real luck. तो वो अलग है.
Magnus, by the way, is not making his move now for quite some time, Amruta. 10 minutes to be
Wow.
precise.
जल्दी वहां से हटाओ. says I got into IIM. Can't wait to play chess under the famous bridge. क्या बात है. All the best. Mriganko says, sir and ma'am, my family loves you very much and I think you both will hit 10 million subscribers very soon. Best wishes. But Mriganko, yesterday your mom said to you that you watch too much chess. So it's good to know that they love us. I thought they would not be liking us.
We have a super chat, Amruta, just now by Sanket. Oh, Sanket, happy birthday to Gukesh. What a great day for Prag. He keeps beating Magnus. By the way, Sanket has taken some amazing pictures of Gukesh. One of them, my favorite. And by the way, we have an article by Sanket as well. which was published recently on Chessbase India, which is 10 wonderful photos from candidates tournament. I'm going to put the link in our chat, and Sanket is a fantastic photographer. So do check out his photos. And I'm going to show on stream only one photo of his, which is one of my favorite photographs. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yes, there we go. And it is of Gukesh and Amruta.
Yeah, that's nice.
This is the one. Guys, this is the one where in the park Sanket took a picture. It has Asim on the left. Then it has the one who's making a documentary with Biswa and Prashant. And then we have Gukesh, then Asim's wife Aditi, Gayevsky, and Rajnikant. And then on the right is another person in the park who's just watching and like, what's going on there? So beautiful picture.
The
Gukesh.
background is so beautiful, no?
Also,
The
Gukesh
trees.
looks so confident, no?
Yeah, I think Gukesh, for some years he'll be in chess, he'll become a world champion and everything, and then he will go to movies. That's how
Unlikely.
all his photos look like. I mean, the photos look like that.
Oh, by the way, Magnus goes queen to c6. Magnus is like, I'm taking your pawn here, but knight e3 played, and now he goes bishop g5. So very interesting. Guys, this is where Magnus's fighting spirit will come to the fore. Don't ever think that he's going to simply give up the game. The question now to all of
Yes,
you,
please, what should White play? Yeah?
what should White do here? Very important moment, because here e3 is hanging. I mean, e3 wants to take and then take on c4. Also,
No, first you have asked question, no? Let them think.
yeah, they're thinking.
Shivang says, thank you to Chessbiz India and Sagar Bhai for making chess accessible to newbies like me to the chess world. Also big fan of Sagar Bhai because you not only teach us chess but also life.
Thank you. You know, Amruta, this is the moment where you have to stop doubting. And as
मुझे कोई doubt नहीं था तुम पे कभी.
yes,
And
start playing with like freeness, because the move that I'm looking for, let's see if people have managed to find it. b3 is just not the move, guys. Come on, b3 is just too slow. Like, just imagine you're playing b3 move here.
B5.
Yeah, he has b5, but also queen c5, just pinning here. And how do you
Pinning में
defend?
क्या problem है?
Rook f3. Correct. Now this cannot move, so I go
Now
b5.
B5. Finally you go B5 but with queen on C5.
The advantage has reduced a bit.
So bishop G5, what is the other move which is suggested? Knight ED5 by
Yes,
people.
this is very good move by Rahul.
Rajat, Adarsh, Kaushik, Hari, Utkarsh,
PRV, NRK.
Gauri, Nafiz and Mishka.
So you go knight d5. You give up the c4 pawn. Queen is attacked. If you trade the queens, there's nothing. Already black would be fine. So queen g4, attacking the bishop.
And now the bishop has to go back to D8 or H6. No, H6. G7 would be hanging, na? So only move H6. But if you go to
f6.
H4? Oh, look at this tactic. F6. Kilo. H4. Bishop H6. And let's ask the chat.
Yog Vardhan, thank you for your super chat.
You can see the chat over there as well. Interesting.
So Amruta, the move here is queen h5 check, right?
Yes.
And if
Actually,
king
it's
f8, and Amruta, I think, wanted to take here,
No, it's
because
a
if
problem.
take, there is queen h6. But there is an intermezzo check, king h1.
Oh, missed it. I missed it completely. But what king h1 is a mistake.
Yeah, but king h2 is winning.
Yeah,
So
how is king h1 and king h2 different?
just that this doesn't fall with a check.
And you are threatening a mate. Okay, this is a little tough one. You don't want to go into this.
Yeah, it's something where strong players are able to kind of switch between positional and attacking advantages so
Yeah.
quickly. Like here, you will see that you want a positional advantage with your knight here, but the moment you play this, it all gets pretty messy. And that's how you have to calculate. That's very important. So now, will Prag put his knight on d5, giving up the c4 pawn, and then going this way? Or Amruta, is there any other way that Prag can go for?
No, not sure. It's an interesting position, but you need to be alert. You need to be very, very sharp every moment. You need to be flexible to be ready for calculation and tactics, but you also need to be ready for the strategic decisions. It's a blend of so many things, and against Magnus Carlsen,
Yeah.
if you can keep up with
But
this
I think
advantage.
Prag does think a bit about it, but I think he can overcome it. We have a question from Ultimate Fan. Which book from Chess Base site can I gift my 6-year-old niece? If she doesn't know how to play, then Chess Pa
Yeah,
is a
it's a
good
full
book
set. The
along
four
with
book set can be a good
activity
idea.
books. So yeah. By the way, Amruta, Prag goes slow. He goes King H1, and this is what we were talking
And
about.
even with that understanding of the line, king on h1 at some point with such ideas may not be the best thing, but okay. Because Magnus, how is he going to continue? Yogwardhan says that's all I can contribute for now. Going forward, my contributions will increase. I'm young for now. Okay,
Yeah, thank
thank
you,
you.
Yogwardhan.
Absolutely.
How should I charge this?
No
Your
problem.
phone is here.
But it's also not enough charge. But तब तक हो जाएगा. Hmm. Gautam says Dhoni told the Indian players not to celebrate victory against mighty Aussies because this is not a rare thing achieved. Similarly, I think we should not over celebrate. Over celebrate nahi. Firstly, though, Prag has a big task in front of him. It is not even easy to beat Magnus Carlsen, as we know. Okay. So King H1 has been played, but Prag, what he's saying is he wants to get out of these ideas constant of Queen C5 pinning and all. That's what his idea is. So if for now, if Black goes short castle, just a simple continuation, already a problem because White could go Knight D5, White could go F6. These two are definitely the most natural ideas. Not Knight ED5, in fact, maybe Knight CD5. Once again, you will have to calculate queen takes c4, but this time with queen g4, because of castle, it's going to be even further stronger. Knight b6 fork in the air. So king h1, obviously black is firstly going to consider picking this knight up with the bishop. The bishop is a bad bishop and you want to exchange it with the knight. Now queen takes e3. When you're calculating, you continue with calculating a capture because the queen was not supporting this. The defenders are gone, so queen takes c4 and a pawn is picked up. So in this scenario, as white, what would you prefer? How would you prefer to continue? White to play if you were here. There are a number of ways to continue, but so many tempting ideas. So how will you go forward? No, Shashank, it's yet in process. It's not never easy to, get a final product. So it's yet in process. समर हीट तो आदत हो जाती है. Sachin Paul has super chatted. Let me see if Sagar is coming back and I'll read it. Until that time, to analyze it, we have got the move. Queen b6 as one candidate move. Like one option is queen b6. That's what people are suggesting. One is f6. Then another one is rook d6. You see, already in the three moves, we are having two captures and one threat. And queen g5 also another threat. So many tempting moves. And out of that, the move which I love is f6, because it is such an instant attack on the g7 pawn and you are asking for a decision. You cannot even think of short castle because the queen g5 you will be checkmated. And if you want to make a move like g6, this pawn on f6 is a permanent monster. Permanent monster for the back rank. Just forget about short castle forever. You will be mated. So now you can take your attack this and white is clearly better. For that reason, what happened in the game, by the way, he did take the knight, bishop takes e3, queen takes e3, and Magnus says, I don't want your pawn on 6th rank, I am only blocking it with f6. And he plays f6 very quickly on the board. This is the 21st move. Prag having 41 minutes. 19 more moves have to be made. In a way, per move, Prag is having like 2 minutes to think. Every move, 2 minutes. If he uses like 10-15 minutes for one move, we can already sense that it's going to go towards a time trouble. Magnus is having 50 minutes. So with f6, all the pawns are on dark square and the bishop is out of the pawn chain. It's exchanged. So that way Magnus has a good news there. And now this pawn is under pressure. For black, this pawn is under pressure, but the center is closed. So knights are better in closed scenarios. So how should white continue again? Because this threat is gone. This threat is gone. What are your ideas? How should Prag continue with his advantage? Sub count is stuck. Okay, let me just... Dhaval says, yeah, Dhaval, yes, completely agree. Such series are so beautiful that they actually help you to lighten up. Any ideas how to become good at chess for a classical player? When Sagar is back, I can ask him, Mitesh. Sachin super chats, we should have an Indian championship like US champ or Russian champ with all 2700s involved. Any chance CBI can organize it? Only Indians, then there has to be a lot of, calendar thing, and it's CBI, if there is a sponsor, of course. It's very interesting. It would be wonderful to have such tournaments in India. I think just beautiful. I think it's not too far. Chennai Grandmasters happened, and slow and steady, more Grandmaster events have to start happening. So more sponsors come in. It's a good idea. Yeah, it's amazing. In US, everyone's playing the tournament. Knight d5, queen c4. So what is the move which the chat has suggested? Let me see. Knight d5 is the move everyone wants to play. Mainly knight d5. So for knight d5, if queen takes c4, first of all, do you want to go knight b6? Queen c5 with that idea of attacking this. Oh, what is this working? Wow. What's the move here? यहाँ पे it's an important move for white. But maybe not the only move. But a quick one is, yes, queen b3. And all the light squares which you now sense the weakness of it. This is defended, this is attacked, white will win the material. So this is cool, interesting, I like it. So not queen takes c4, but But for black, he can go queen c5. And with queen c5, though there is a skewer on b6, you cannot take because the knight is defending the queen and it cannot move. The threat can also be bishop d5, because after bishop d5, you're removing the defender, queens will get exchanged, and then in rook endgame, it doesn't seem that much of an advantage. So Prag has to be very careful and not go knight d5. It would actually be a mistake if he goes the most natural idea, knight d5, like you guys have suggested. It would be a mistake. But if not knight d5, then what was the other move which the chat has suggested? Queen e2, queen b3, things were not very clear with you all. I don't know queen e2 anyway, this is hanging, right? How is it going to work? Because now queen g4 is not going to give you that much. But I'll check. According to the computer, the best move is difficult. I would say the best move is difficult. Rook f3, Shashank has found it. Then there is also b3, which Nafiz, Mishka, DC, Hari and Sheshatri has found it. So b3 looks the most logical because you're defending the pawn on c4. But whenever we see the move b3, what we realize is that black has this pin over here, and because of the pin, b5 is happening. Mihir asks where to vote for moves. You cannot vote, you just have to write the notation. So it's a B file, and this is the 5th rank. You can see here is the 5, here is the B, ABC, and you write B5, it will automatically take it. So once B5 you get, this is again under pressure. The threat is black is winning the pawn on C4. Takes. Tough one. King H1 has made Prag's position tough one to continue with finding the best moves. Because now, okay, one thing is possible. Now that this is supported and there is no queen c4, knight d5 in this scenario is going to make a difference, because if you go queen c5, trying to exchange with the idea of bishop d5, bishop d takes d5, and if the queen moves here, but I still need to understand the difference between, after insertion of b3, b5, queen g3, attacking this. If castle, that's a big blunder. Very quickly, white to play. Very quickly, white to play. Maybe I should not have made the move on the board, so that it would have become a tough one. Yes, 97. Many people have found it. DC, Hari, Ajay, Rupam, Nafiz, Michelle, Dwaj, Bipra, Arvind, and Kevin. So there is a fork. So you are not allowed to short castle, which means you keep your king on f7 and defend this. And we sort of reach such a position where white is going to try and put more pressure. But eventually, I think Magnus, for such positions, exchanging the bishop and knight, landing in major piece endgame, feelings are that he should be able to find a way. Magnus will be able to find a way. What else? The other move was suggested rook f3. The computer suggests is rook f3. Now, is this move really so strong? First of all, for rook f3, queen takes c4 if played. This time queen takes b6. This is attacked. Maybe you go queen c7, challenging the queen again, because the queens are exchanged and the black king feels a little safer. But queen b3 on the light squares, you are going to jump in. So then I don't feel like leaving such a diagonal. And if you go back with the bishop with bishop a8, then d6 is hanging. So what about queen c7, and then you capture the pawn on d6, winning another pawn. Takes, rook d6. Black is okay to give up one more pawn just to get some more activity. Like imagine he's castling here. and this position, white is a pawn up. I think though the advantage is reduced drastically for white than what it was. Still, practically it feels that white should be better and slow and steady convert that extra pawn. I would still not mind such a position. Really find it simpler to convert with that one pawn than equal pawns. So a lot of ideas are there. Assessments are not going to be easy for both. I mean, for Magnus, of course, landing in this position, he has to defend so beautifully and so well. So upon we'll learn from how Magnus is able to defend, and we'll also learn how Prag, like how easy such a position is, easy or difficult for him to convert with white. Because King H1 looked natural to get out the king from such a diagonal, but this one slow move has such a big impact on the whole position, though it is in closed nature, like the center is closed, so it's a closed structure where we say ki, okay, you have all the time to maneuver your pieces, go slow, but in spite of it being closed, these two guys, the pawn on c4, the pawn on b6 and the pawn on d6, with the exchanges the queen side is opening up, it's going into semi open very quickly. So that's why such a move became a little slow move. What about the double rook on the d file? But I think d6 is not the most critical thing for now. First, you need to figure out your guys, weak guys as well. Manasvi says Prag winning against Magnus on Gukesh's birthday will be legendary. Yeah, will much easier to remember the date without any doubt. Sachin Super Chats, what happened to the Alpha Zero hype? It rarely gets mentioned these days. It killed my favorite opening. QID. Queen's Indian defense at top level. But I think Alpha Zero is the one which kind of changed in many ways the engine analysis, because you will see nowadays so many lines which will have a sacrifice of a pawn and things like that based on the piece activity. The assessments are different. So for sure it has helped the AI, the engines. Okay, yes. 30 minutes for Prag. Magnus having 50 minutes. Very quickly, let's do a roundup and go to the other games. This one is Humpy with the white pieces. It's equal. This game we predict would go into a tie break. Armageddon after a draw. Vaishali's game with the black pieces. Vaishali has managed to, stay consistent. She's having 1 hour 8 minutes on the clock and still managed to keep almost an hour more, which is insane, because normally such a time gap, it gets, as we were discussing about it, ki 2-3 moves you think so much and the time gap is gone. But Anna down to 12 minutes. Vaishali still with 1 hour 8 minutes. 12 moves to be made for Anna. One move has 1 minute for one move. That's what she has. But it's a draw. It's draw, as we were talking, it's drawish. She takes here. In a way, it is a move of time pressure tension, of the time gap tension, and Vaishali is going to take, and now take this pawn also. If she wins the d7 pawn, count the number of pawns: 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, it will be equal pawns. But the difference is, we are talking about an endgame where rook and bishop is a better combination than rook and knight. That's one. Number two is, Vaishali is having a passer, clear passer. Whereas these two guys against this, it's like 1 against 1. They are doubled pawns. So it's as good as Vaishali being a pawn up, almost a pawn up. So C takes d5. This one really helped Vaishali. Such a double pawn to dissolve has helped Vaishali. Rook e5 attacks this guy over here. So now if you take king d7, rook d5, and yes, white is happy. Definitely not to take this. If you go c6, then there is rook e8 check, and the rook goes to 8 and wins the a6 pawn. Okay, then also it is happy. So what? You give up the pawn? Absolutely true. good move is to take the pawn on f3 and capture this double pawn, which honestly would never have been, the first move for me to calculate and give up such a pawn. But there is rook f2, the bishop on a7 is like, मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ इधर इधर से कर क्या रहा हूँ, मुझे भूल कैसे सकते हो तुम लोग. And you lose another pawn with h2 or a2. So Vaishali is better. She has lot more time, and Anna is going to come under time pressure. So Vaishali, who is already a sole leader, can she win another classical game? Need not go to Armageddon and become a sole leader by a huge margin in that case, because Humpy's game has ended in a draw. Pia Cramling versus Ju Wenjun is going on. That is also most likely going to end in a draw, and they will go to Armageddon. Whoa, Vaishali OP, guys. Vaishali OP. Coming back to, with our roundup, Nakamura versus Alireza, the game is, Engine says it's unclear, it's draw with the major pieces on the board. So we will assume a Armageddon over here. Fabi versus Ding Liren, Caruana has a better position with these pieces, eyeing towards the king side and some sacrifice in the air at some point. So this one might get interesting soon. And Prag versus Magnus, Prag has advantage. b3 b5 has happened on the board, very natural. Magnus is, he's not thinking much. 2 minutes mein he played the move b5, and again if Prag doesn't go knight d5, already Magnus is saying I'm short castling and I should be okay. I'm short castling, I'm going rook d8, defending this. This is under pressure for you. Your e4 is also under pressure because the knight and the queen have to keep defending. What's your plan? How are you going to push me? So b5, here Prag needs to find a move knight d5 to keep that pressure on hold. He needs to play knight d5 with a clear intention of stopping short castle. Knight e7 is a fork. And also then he has to calculate all these b takes c4, b takes c, not b takes c4, b takes c4. What did I miss? Oh, white to player. White to play. What should white play? Too tough. Too tough to calculate with the knight on c3, I would say. Here if you, poke Prag, यहाँ पे find the best move, he'll find it. But too tough to find when the knight is on c3. Ayush says, please explain Armageddon format in short. Ayush, Armageddon after the game, if the game ends in a draw, there will be another game between the players with the same colors. Black will have 10 minutes, white will have 7 minutes. After 40 moves, if at all they play 40 moves, then they will start getting 1 second per move. And if the game ends in a draw or a win, it will be considered as black beating white in the match. So white would be in a must win situation. That's Armageddon. What's the move? Have the guys find. Look at this. The chat wants to go rook c1. Most of you want to go rook c1. Few of you want to go knight b6. Then there is queen b6, queen g3, knight b4. But nobody has found a move. And once again, congrats to all of you because you're not looking at engine in a way. So big congratulations. क्या ही chat है यार, मस्त, मतलब you're really strong normally. Queen f3, that's the best move. Do you think Prag can find a sequence? Queen, oh, he's got knight d5. 1 second. He can, because firstly he's gone knight d5, which was the only way to continue. If you don't make that move, and let's say if you go queen f3 now, short castle, abhi knight d5 kela, so then there is queen e8, then there is maybe rook f7 stopping this, and you are in control. You are very much in control. I would like to go a5 b4 with all the ideas, queen c5 b4, maybe all of that, okay? But with knight e5, if you take this, that's the intermezzo. Magnus doesn't take c4 because I think he sees it. Queen f3. The idea is, once again, you cannot short castle because knight e7 is such an irritant, and queen h5 is the threat. Queen h5 is a very powerful threat. Like, you don't have time to take this guy on b3. Then it is over. Oh, it's not queen h5. It's still not queen h5, guys, because king goes to f8, and yes, you like this, it's pleasant for white, but it's not that. Then what is the move? Man, it's very tough. It's a very tough position. With a position where you have to constantly find the best moves, and which are not the normal, intuitive moves, it might be difficult. I think this game, I'm not getting any feeling that with Magnus for Prague he can just squeeze this. Not at all. What's the move? Queen b3. Absolutely right. Kaivalya, Shilpi, Shashank, Harshit, Swaroop, Nafiz, Mishka, Akshata, Kaustubh, Karan. Queen b3. You just take the pawn. You are a pawn down, but that is this pawn, the dead pawn on d6 for now. And the light squares, you still cannot short castle. The queen is threatening to enter with knight b6 and queen e6 check. So if you get, in the landscape of this position, if you get your queen to b3 or on this diagonal, it will get extremely tough for the black king. So what Magnus does is, he's not even allowing that, he simply goes queen c5 and challenges the queen. Once again, Prag is going to say, okay, no problem, anyway I wanted to go queen f3. Can he go queen f3? Because still, even if the queen has moved and gone out of the fork ideas, rook still exists for the fork ideas. You still cannot castle, but you might be threatening bishop takes d5. So for queen f3, let's say I would in this scenario also consider a move queen g3. Both look tempting, but this one is a direct threat for g3, while we were looking at king f7 and defending this. Let's come back to it and go with queen f3, which is on the light square, check, and things like that are threatened if bishop takes d5. Question to the chat, a very important question. Will you take with the c pawn or will you take with the e pawn? With which pawn are you going to capture the d5 bishop? With which pawn are you going to capture the bishop? Rook, C, rook. अरे चैट, ये हुई ना बात. चेस सिटीजन, विनय पाटिल, रूपम, दिनेश, मिश्का, जय, अक्षता, मोहम्मद, कार्तिकेय, ट्रूथ प्रिवेल्स. मजा आ गया, तुम लोग मस्त हो. रूक d5 is the move, and you have very successfully dodged the trap. Neither with this pawn nor with this pawn. You want your piece on the outpost. Your piece on the outpost is going to be very, very powerful. It's a semi-open file. d6 is under pressure, so rook takes d5. The queen is attacked. The queen goes back, maybe to c7. No, maybe to c6, because you'd also defend this. You also defend this. And we will be landing in a major piece endgame. Queen h5 check. The king will remain in the center. King e7, king f8. Black, you cannot like such a position for black. Without any doubt, there is the pressure on this pawn. The rook is tied down. Then will be a pressure on this pawn. Another rook or king will be tied down. This is weak. This is under pressure. But the only thing is, even c4 is weak. That's one weakness for you. e4 is weak, but currently you've blocked that. And can you be in time with the 7th rank and with the weak king? Yes, you can be on time, and that's what the position can arise in major piece endgame with Prag being clearly better. So queen f3 has happened on the board. Prag has played queen f3. Kya baat hai? Awesome. I like this move more than the direct threat of queen g3 because of these ideas with light square pressure on black. And Magnus has to take it. I mean, he will take it. He doesn't want the knight. So first he takes b takes c4. But is there an intermezzo for b takes c4 like we were looking at? Because if you take on b3, I am happy. I'm not worried about this exchange. So I'm not even looking at this. Is there an intermezzo? Or can I take here? Can I take on c4? Is it such a bad idea? Oh, now it is a bad idea because bishop d5, and this time if you take rook d5, then there is queen c4. Unlike the earlier time when our pawn was defending the c4, you couldn't have taken. So b takes c4 on the board, which means it's important to find a intermezzo. Let me ask the chat. Guys, once again, can you write your moves? Because I have... Wow, okay. Harshit, Adarsh, Mohan, top. Well done. I like that you are even considering this move b4. There is a lot to assess with this move because you have, not recaptured. You're a pawn down. Plus this pawn is a passer. So to consider such a move, you have to be very alert. So b4 found by many people. I'm very proud of you guys. b4. The queen is attacked. The very first question is, where do you go with the queen? Queen c6, queen b5. Only these two options are there. Wherever you go, queen c6. Suppose once again you cannot short castle. So short castle ko bhul jao. Maybe queen b5 because you want to keep in hand bishop d5 ideas on the... And then comes queen h5 check. The king can't go anywhere here. The king will go to f8. But oh my god. One miss and it's all over. White to play. I can't even say that such a position is impossible to come. क्या पता ये गेम ऐसे चल रहा है कि सोच नहीं सकते हैं. But if this is not the position, but if this position, then can you find a finishing move? That's why it was such an important move for black. Ooh, now I understand. I get it. Chat is like the smart cat. Masta. Nicely written, Rajat. Okay, so many people have found it. 35 people. Mishka, Hari, Kshitij, Adarsh, Harshit, Aman, Jayanta, Mayank, Aditya, and Legend. Knight f6. Sack, pisak. What's happening? If you give a piece, just a knight, g takes f6, there comes in rook takes d6. And now you should remember, when the queen went to b5, it was important to go to c6 and defend the d6 pawn. With rook takes d6, there are fully mating threats with rook f6, queen f7. You can't defend this. If king e7, you have rook e6, king moves queen f7. It's going to be over. Queen f7, rook d1. That's a checkmate happening. You won't be able to escape so easily. Okay. So what happened in the game? Queen h5 check. B takes c4. Queen h5 check is played. He didn't go for b4. But queen h5 is also a very good move. Both were equally good. King goes to f8. I liked b4. We'll go to the b4 analysis again, guys, because rook f3, Prag finds it. I was not sure about this. Again, b4 was a possibility, but rook f3 is a better move than b4, and Prag is down to 20 minutes. He has to make 14 moves. It's a decent time he has taken to find his the whole sequence. Once again, if you take the pawn on b3, there is rook b3 and the bishop is attacked. If you take the knight, then rook jumps in, and the whole point is the disconnected rooks. The king in the center being weak, the pawns here being weak. The 7th rank being weak, and Magnus loves harmony. This is not the position he is going to love at all. So rook f3. So Prag had seen both. I'm sure he saw the b4 ideas, and I'm sure that he's seen the rook f3 ideas. He would have preferred this. While we were looking at this idea of b4, we saw queen b5 is a bad move, but queen c6 would be a possibility. And in this case, I think Prag must not have liked the fact that how does he continue with the attack? With check, king f8, if now you go rook f3, there is this pawn on c4, so queen will challenge, kick it away. This is what he did not like. But with b takes c4, queen h5 check, king f8, rook f3, now if black tries to save the pawn and go c3, c3 first, this is hanging, so bishop d5 first, rook d5, and let's say the queen goes to c6 with the idea of c3, c2, c1. What Prag is going to do is he could simply go rook c3, pin it and recapture it and say okay, it's fine. Or he could recapture the pawn with queen takes c4 and capture the d6 pawn. And the rooks will still be disconnected. So this disconnected rooks is a big advantage. Bishop d5 on the board. 26th move. Prag is better. Prag is clearly better. Rook d5. Of course. Very quickly he plays this rook d5. Maza aa raha hai. I mean, it's a major piece endgame. You know, we know that Magnus is so good in queen endgame. But this one is the major piece endgame with disconnected rooks. Mein the advantage is almost plus 1.4. So still not something where we can say it's like Prag is a pawn up. But it's still not something like we can say Prag is winning. He's not winning yet. He's better but far from winning. And Vaishali also is having a... Exactly. So this is Prag. And now if I quickly take a look, by the queen b6 has been played, Magnus is like, okay, let me at least try to put pressure in time. That is my only chance. So he goes queen b6 there. But Prag he can still go rook c3 because there will still be a pin. The rook is not defended. It's LPDO, loose pieces. But Prag can even capture the c4 pawn. And this time if rook takes c4, the problem is this rook shifts here with the last ranks being very weak and d6 being weak. So queen b6 on the board. Let me take you to Vaishali's position. Vaishali having 49 minutes right now. But Anna still has 11 minutes, so she's made quick moves. Knight takes, the rooks got exchange. Rook f3, rook f5, knight f5. And now can you play king d7? But there is knight h6, so there's some calculation. So first can you save this pawn to h5? But then there is knight g7 attacking this once again. If you take, the knight takes the pawn. So can you push the pawn to h4? This knight cannot defend this. It's 2 squares away, so it's not possible. Again, if you attack, can you go h3? And now the knight 1 square diagonally, you cannot attack it for a long time. Same with the king. King cannot attack it for a long time. So iska matlab, why black is winning a pawn. He's going to be a pawn up with the bishop endgame, bishop in the endgame, and the beautiful passer. So Vaishali, this endgame better, clearly better. Quickly going to Prag's game, because after queen b6 Prag is thinking it's a very critical position. Is he going to take the pawn or not? The c4 pawn or not? Because these are the only two moves for him to consider: b takes c4 or rook c3. If he doesn't, there's nothing else which he will calculate, to be very honest, because these both are putting threats in some way. Himang says Armageddon between Humpy and Lay started. Okay, Himang, keep us updated about it. Thank you for letting us know. Ding blundered. Oh my god, Caruana, big blunder. 4.7. What happened? We had seen here. In fact, this was the moment where we saw. And Ding went Queen C6 here, which was a huge blunder. He had to go Rook G8 and defend this while the knight and the bishop with the queen are looking at a sacrifice. You remember, guys, we were predicting a sacrifice. Queen C6, Knight G7, Caruana sacked his piece, King G7, Bishop H6, King H7, and Caruana says, okay, I am okay that you have two pieces for a rook, but for that, I am going to be having a rook and two pawns plus your weak king. And my pieces are coming into the attack. Already one check on this file, your king is checkmated. If the rook is able to get to h file, your king is checkmated. So Queen G5, what is the threat? Even if my rook is able to get at the g file, you still are checkmated because you don't have rook g8. There is no other rook to support. Wow. Man, this is tough. This is a tough one. So, Caruana winning in a classical game. Maybe the first game for today in this tournament for the men's section where, there will be a result. Okay, but this blunder was, it was very much possible to miss the sacrifice. Prag still thinking. He's down to 15 minutes. He started his thought process when he had 19 minutes. 4 minutes he has been thinking and he has to make a decision whether to capture or not. Good part is this move, calculating b takes c4, is the very first move you are going to think about, and he plays the move. Well done, Prag. b takes c4. You found the strongest move on the board. Must hai. Baki, no tension, because if rook takes c4, you have a clear idea there. Rook goes here. Otherwise also, because Prag's rooks are so coordinated, the rook can go to d3 and pressurize d6. The rook can go to b3 and threaten rook b7 with queen f7 mating ideas. How is Magnus going to defend actually? Because if he doesn't capture back, let's say if he doesn't capture this pawn back, he captures because he had no other move. Rook b3. I like the fact that when you're better and you have such natural moves, which are the best moves to attack the queen. कहाँ जाएगा? Where is the queen going to go? It has to defend the d6 pawn as well. Maybe it has to look at the b8 square as well. Just to show you a quick thing, you go here, it's a big blunder, a massive blunder, rook b8 check, losing the rook, then you will land up in a mate. So if you go queen d8 or queen c7 so that you defend both the guys, this one could be a possibility. If you say I want to exchange another rook and go rook b4, I know that would you exchange the rook or not? Question is, will you play rook takes b4 or no? I really want to know this from all of you. Queen c1, yeah, queen c7 is a possibility. But will you take the rook or no? Hari says, my anxiety increases as Prag's time decreases. Prag is managing. Yes, this is going to get very tensed. I completely know that. But a position is so cool. This is like, what a game, what a moment you can have against Magnus Carlsen. And this time, let's see if Magnus can defend Prag or not. But the move is, yes, no, no. Of course, no. Most of you have got the right answer. You don't want to exchange here right now. Rook takes b4. Queen takes b4. Because your one rook, active rook is gone. This rook cannot really try to enter the 7th or the 8th rank very quickly. d6 is defended. You might want to go back with the idea of rook c1 and then going here, but you don't have enough time. Black can regroup the pieces. You can't still move the rook because this is hanging, but with one queen you can stop the checks. So not at all. If rook b4, don't even think of taking this. Reject the idea completely. Move the rook away, and then you can think whether you want to go rook c3 with the idea of rook c8, whether you want to go rook d3 with the idea of rook d6. Both look very good. Both look very good. After queen c7, king h2 is the move suggested by Engine for Prag. A little bit tough. Okay, I was looking at that actually. Rook takes c4, queen. Oh, this has happened. Rook b4 on the board. It's a good news for Praggnanandhaa now. But to answer your question over here, queen b6, rook c4, rook b3. If queen c7, Prag has gone rook d3, by the way. The move here was king h2, which is like a waiting move. It is like asking black, karoge kya? Like, I'm just improving my king position. What's your plan? But it's very tough, and I don't think it is easy to consider such a move. The other move to consider for me would be the natural rook d3, which is a mistake. Rook c1 check and king h2, and whoa, a good move for black. What's the counterplay black can find here, guys? Black to play. What is the counterplay according to you? Few people have found it, not everyone, few. DP, Rajat, Hari, Adarsh, Rupam, and FRC. Well done. Queen b6, and look at it. The counterplay is this queen g1 idea. That is it. Rook takes d6, queen g1. If king g3, then you have a perpetual here. If you go back, there is check, check. But if you go a move like king f3, then you would be gone. Gone. Queen f1 check, king g3 or king g4. And guys, 50 people to answer. Black to play. Can you find checkmate in one move? Checkmate in one move. How many of you like to, solve mate in one? How many of you think it's useless? एक move में तो कितना ही mate, मतलब कितना ही easy है. I've got 40 answers already. Here we go. Aniket, Abir, Hari, Prakhar, Vishal, Nafiz, Vasishta, Rajat and Dhanush and Akshata. 67. क्या बात है, मजा आ गया. Queen f4, that's the checkmate. I love finding mate in ones, however easy they are. They always help because many times in time pressure it can be missed, but the patterns, the more you solve some easy, half an hour के लिए mate in one भी solve करोगे ना, it's very useful. You just observe that what is covering the squares, and the pattern recognition helps you find the combinations. It's like breaking it up. Okay, I did finish Polgar mate in one. Kya baat hai Itachi? That's a good thing to do. So going back, so such counterplays can be there, and that's why you see the king h1 move at that point of time when Prag went king h1. Even a move like king h2 would have been very useful for him. King h1 was not the best idea, but it was too far-fetched. It was not possible to understand that. So rook b3, coming back to the game, this was a problem which we were looking at. So queen c7 should have been played by Magnus for the best counterplay, and Prag would have had to move the king away to avoid such ideas. So rook d3, this is the current position in the game because Prag did not take this rook. Rook takes b4 was not played, which was very important. He goes rook d3. Acha, this rook he goes. Wow, what a move. Guys, he finds the move like here. If at this position, I want to tell you something, that the Indians assessment is +2. But when Prag makes the move, the Indian is like, nahi yaar, ye plus 2 nahi, ye zyada better hai. This is like plus 4. Indian also not understanding Prag is winning right now. Like now I can literally say he is winning. Magnus plays knight takes, rook takes b3. मतलब आंखें बंद भी करेंगे ना तो भी Prag is going to take with the rook and of course not the pawn. So rook takes b3. This time when you go queen c7, whoa, you will have to find another important move. Good move you will have to find here. White to play. Rook b3 has happened on the board. I am guessing Magnus to go queen c7 or queen a7 or whatever. But the idea which Prag will need to find is not so simple. Wait a second. Let me. Now, guys, you can write your move. Now. Crazy. If Prag finds this idea, I can actually say that he would. Then I think I can predict that Prag will win. Crazy, crazy, crazy. क्या करे? Sohel says before Samayan Sagar chess was boring to me, but after the streams now I daily play chess and improved a lot. Thank you to Sagar sir, Samay, and you too Amrita. By the way, watching from कहाँ से समझा नहीं मुझे, बट क्या बात है, अमेजिंग, थैंक यू. When Prag played king h1, the black bishop was there. Bishop was on g5, so he couldn't play king g2. So that bishop f4 check maybe was the problem. Got it. So many people, you guys are finding. In fact, let me show, because it's not even a checkmate in one or anything for that matter. Queen c7 on the board. And queen e2, 56 people want to play queen e2. 34 want to play queen d1. Ajish, Harshit, Vinay, Mishka, Abir, Just Study, Shivang, Hari, Kartikeyan and Rajat. So the question is, most of you wanted to play queen e2. Queen e2. This is a mistake. But Prag says, I will tell you why it's a mistake, but let me first find a move. Queen d1. Queen d1 found on the board by Praggnanandhaa. He's like Armageddon, कौन से भी garden में नहीं पढ़ना है. Queen d1 on the board. But why was queen e2 a mistake? Can you guys understand? I can't understand. You want to attack the a6 guy. Looks good. Black is saying, okay, if I go king f7 and try to bring the rook here. Question to you, what should white play here? Magnus is going to take time after queen d1, guys. Magnus will think, but I want to see, can I, by chance, Sagar is having this very bad neck sprain. He's like, he cannot move, he cannot, but let me see. I hate to wake him up if at all he's fallen asleep, but I'm still going to do that. Okay, what's the answer with the guys? Queen c1, queen b2, queen a6. बहुत सारे moves है guys. A lot of things have been suggested, but it's not an easy movement actually, because queen a6 looks so natural. You want to go rook b7. Problem is that there is rook b8, you challenge the rook, and it enters the queen endgame where Magnus Carlsen, the king of queen endgames, and so on, and of course he can defend such a position with equal material. So that's the problem with queen a6. What else was suggested? Queen c1 तो आ नहीं रहा है. Queen and queen b2 is the right move because you stop rook b8 and now rook b7 is threatened. So because of this thing, queen e2 is a mistake. Sorry, queen e2 के लिए because of, so king, not king f7, but the move is king g8. Idea is to move the pawn to h6 or h5 and just run away, like bhag jao. Now if I go queen b2 with the threat of rook b8, बहुत स्लो है, बहुत ज़्यादा स्लो है. द किंग गोज टू h7, सिट्स देयर आराम से एंड laughs at all of white's attack. It's like क्या ही उखाड़ लिया. So queen d1 was such an important move. But what is Prag's plan if king g8, and this is the reason why the queen had to go back to d1. इसके लिए, this one reason, white to play here. What will you do? Oh, Humpy wins the Armageddon. Great news. Humpy OP हो जाए एक बार. Humpy OP on the chat. Guys, Sagar is also, I mean, he is talking in his sleep, so I'm not sure if he was able to wake up or not. He's like, क्या चल रहा है? कौन आया है? कुछ भी नहीं. I don't know what he's thinking. But let's see. यहीं पे, I don't. MRG, thank you for your contribution there. Would like to see Samay commentating. Yes, he is right now on his Europe tour. I love how everybody today is so active in answering. So the question was, what was the move? And this is, we've got 51 people answering. The move is Hari, Harshat, Nafiz, Vasishta, Aniket, Karthik, Vinay, Vishal, Ajay, Abhinav. That's the move. Queen d5 check, because of this check, which by the way Magnus can miss, That's the reason he could allow into such a thing. Maybe he had slightly better ways to defend better. But with this, isn't it so natural that you miss queen d1, you look at queen e2 and queen b2 because it's a threat. Such moves are often missed. So queen d1, king g8, you cannot go king g8, is not gone. That would be over. If queen f7, can I say, let's have 100 people answering our favorite checkmate in one. Our favorite checkmate in one. ये तो मतलब, guys, if you have started playing chess just like अभी 2 hours ago, तो भी तुमको ये आ सकता है. Attempt it, try करो, कोई नहीं, बिंदास्त. नहीं, 2 घंटा पहले अगर चेस खेलना सीखे हो तो बहुत ही बढ़िया. आज का दिन मतलब, Humpy has won. Okay. By the way, Nakamura versus Alireza, the result has ended in a draw. And they played the Armageddon and Nakamura actually beats Alireza. Then Caruana is beating Ding Liren. Vaishali is clearly better against Anna Muzychuk. Prag is winning against Magnus Carlsen. It would be the very first time in the classical game for Praggnanandhaa to beat Carlsen if he's able to do that. And we've got, अरे मैंने मांगा क्या था और मिला क्या? मैंने मांगा चांदी, मुझे मिला सोना. 139 people find a mate in one. Rook b8 check. That's a pin. मतलब it's mate in one. Literally there is not even a mate in two. कुछ भी नहीं. मजा आ गया. Okay. So going back, 140 highest answers today. Can we break the record at all? And क्या ही टाइम पे, ये तो विटनेस करना ही है सागर तुमको. 145 people. नहीं, ये हुआ नहीं है, मैग्नेस थोड़ी है, होने दे. बट ठीक है, अभी तुम आए हो, सो अभी तुम आए हो. We have reached this position. Sagar, what a move Prag finds there, yaar. Queen c7. Queen e2 so natural, right? With the idea of rook b8 and all. But queen d1. I feel Magnus has missed this. You can't go here. This is what we were looking at. Now you get it, right? So what Magnus plays is g6, wanting to create the escape square. Escape square, Sagar.
Escape.
Escape.
Yeah.
What does when I say the word escape? What comes to your mind? Better. I got it. So Magnus goes g6, Prag goes queen b1 with the threat of check and pinning the queen. ज्यादा कुछ elaborate नहीं, simple. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. And Magnus goes queen c5.
And you know, Amrita, his point was that if you try to escape from here, this would be a very nice pin. So he just moved the queen away and said, if you give a check, I come up. If another check, I go forward. And if you take here, well, in the end, Amrita, this is just a draw now because of this. So,
I would have asked this. They are right now on fire, waiting
so Amrita,
to answer.
what should be White's way?
Prag plays the move. He goes rook b7.
Cut kar diya, cut.
Without scissors, Prag is cutting here. Cutting chai, guys. सब लोग कटिंग चाय ले लो और मजा कर लो.
And also now, Amrita, just move the
One
rook.
question is, Sagar, do you think the game will end within 7 minutes?
The game, I think Magnus resigns now.
But do you think the game will end within 7 minutes?
Yeah, easily.
Easily? Because as somebody had said in the chat, it would be legendary. Manasvi had said it would be legendary. Gukesh's birthday. Prag beats Magnus in classical for the first time. We cannot forget the date, right?
Yeah, 29 May.
But in 7 minutes. Let's hope that the game ends in 7 minutes. फिर मजा आ जाएगा.
Very likely, Amrita, here that Magnus resigns now because there is no other move.
Wait, let me see. What can we do, guys?
G takes f5.
G takes f5. Okay, but G takes f5 से क्या मिला? Can I go rook g8? Still go queen b3 is your threat, right? With the idea of queen f7. So can I go queen c4? Then you have with the rook on 7th rank, Sagar, you are going to have lot of threats because there is queen b6. No, wait. Let's ask the chat. I blundered. Sorry, chat. ये प्रज्ञानंदा ऐसा कभी नहीं करेगा.
Hey, he took gf5. Amrita.
Yeah.
So what we were talking about.
So this one is a blunder in. Yes, guys. Queen f1 and queen f4 is a perpetual. Literally queen f1, this, queen f5, g3, queen d2, not queen f2, there is queen here, and this would be perpetual. Okay. So going back to the game, gf5 was played.
Yeah, and now I think Amrita just moving...
Queen b3?
I was thinking if we can... queen b3. But then check.
Yeah, still queen c1 and queen f4.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, then there is some work to do, yeah.
I was just thinking maybe rook d7 threat.
Oh, ye bhi blunder, but why? Okay, this is tough one. Come on. Black to play, guys. What should black play? सागर सर का एक्सप्रेशन एपिक है. क्या किया सागर सर ने?
But then, Amrita, gf5. If rook d7 is met with queen b5, hitting the rook and also stopping the queen.
Queen b5. Yes, Harshit. What? Taking? Forced. You exchange the queens forced.
Yeah.
Rook endgame is a draw. Queen b5 is amazing. So you be careful. So rook can't go to a7, c7, d7, e7, f7, g7. Rook can't actually go anywhere. I would love queen c1 with that of queen h6, but I don't have that. You controlling. And can I go king h2? यार ये king on h1. I'll tell you 100 times, Sagar. इतना बोर किया है ये king h1 ने. कितने variation reject हो चुके हैं because of that king.
Oh, he plays it.
Really?
What move? It's the best move in the position. King H2 for Praggnanandhaa. This is by Hath Ka Khel. Amazing.
Finally. Oof.
If I do this, threatening a check.
Queen. No, not Queen C1. Still Queen F4, right? Oh, what a question. Rook B8 check now. King G7. Queen
Let's
B7.
say
King F.
I
No,
do
then
this.
Queen F4 check. Acha, chalega na. Because your threat is Queen B8 mate. Got it. Legendary movement. Note the date, but I don't think it is ending in 3 minutes. I think this is gonna go beyond. But still, in US it would be. US के हिसाब से पकड़ ही लेंगे, चल जाएगा. Morningstar spots that all the games decisive in open section today. No, not really. Hikaru versus Alireza.
Ding lost.
Yeah, you have to see that. We'll go there later. Wait, not now, Sagar. We don't leave this moment at all. Sagar is. I'm super excited. And Sagar, you're calmly excited.
Well,
I like it.
The way in which Prag is converting this, I'm sure that Prag is also quite excited at this moment.
For sure. He won't leave this anymore. 2 minutes to go. So guys, 18% discount. HBD Gukesh. हो ही जाए. Wish happy birthday to Gukesh. क्या बात है?
So King H2. I just wrote a message to Abhida saying you should interview Praggnanandhaa.
Of course. He should.
I hope that we are able to get to know Prag's thoughts here.
Last 60 seconds while Magnus is thinking in the chat, let's celebrate our candidate's winner, Gukesh, saying HBD Gukesh.
Yeah, Amrita, because Rook G8 is possible here, but then your move, which you are such a big fan of, Queen B3.
But D5.
Check.
No, Rook D7 then. No, still Queen B5 is a problem.
Check. And game over.
Prag figure out kar lega. Yes. Chat B is nice side. Everyone's like HBD Gukesh. So King H2 Magnus is having 22 minutes.
But Amrita, if we think about this entire game, it was just one mistake, right? What Magnus did, like for example, here after F5, he played instead of E5, he went Queen D7, and then Magnus
it was a bit
finds
shocking.
Bishop G5, then found Queen E2, excellent move, then switched this.
I think Prag had to find some insane moves in between, which he did. Only King H1 is the move which I think is not going to be very happy about. But that was also very logical move which he found. So beautiful game by Prag. Like it's not just that you're gonna beat Magnus. Which one?
This move here, Rook D3.
Very, very nice. In fact, computer didn't understand the assessment of that move. Only after you make it, it changes.
Yeah.
Sohel says, thank you, Sagar sir, for inspiring me to play chess.
Thank you, Sohel, for being inspired to play chess. Muta, I can't wait to see how Caruana beat Ding. Which is...
No, the important moment is here. Knight F5. No, just that moment.
Yeah.
Here. Black to play. White to play. Knight G7. Check. King moves and two pieces for rook, but The black king is devastated.
Yeah, because now check and next move. I mean, if you take here, I check and take on e6 with the rook.
And you know what? Vaishali is also okay. How is Vaishali going to feel? Because she's playing in the same tournament and she looks at Prag, let's say, winning against Magnus. Is that going to distract her? It kind of did because we looked at King F1. This one. Wait a second.
Oh.
We looked at this position where she had to keep pushing this pawn. She had to. But I think there were more calculations with h4 blocking this, with king d. If you play king d7, then knight g7. So she rejected that. But this game will go in Armageddon then. It will go in Armageddon. Humpy has won the Armageddon, Sagar. That's a good news.
Oh, she won already.
Yes, with late Tingjie, a tough opponent there. Brilliant. And today we have 16,33,410 subscribers.
We are 90 away, guys, today from this. Oh, 90 not. Now we have just 76 away from hitting our aim for today, which is 16,33,500. If you are following us, then do subscribe.
Oh, Anish is live. Kya baat hai?
Wow.
Tell him that Prag is winning. He would know, of course. Abhishek Kumar says 10 years ago, Anand lost to Magnus like this. Now Magnus is losing to Prag.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Magnus, of course, is taking his time, but there's no move really. Because there are threats like rook d7 and queen b8 is the formal way, and queen b3 just not letting the black king escape.
But I would also consider if black has nothing to do, a move like a4, just with the idea of rook d7 and you stop queen b5. So I don't remember the analysis for queen f2. What was the continuation here? Because if I move the rook to d7, you give a check. Achha, just nothing, yeah? With the threat of this. When do you predict, Sagar, a resignation from Magnus?
I think one more move and then Prag will find. So for example, let's say rook g8 and here you must find the move queen b3 and now resign. Because there's a forced mate here.
So one more move Magnus will play, and when Prag makes the move, you're expecting a resignation. What about you, chat? What do you think? कब होएगा resignation? Chat में. Yes, Surya. Thank you to Sagar sir. Sagar bye.
Please continue, Amruta, once again.
No, don't go right now. It's going to end. Don't go. तुसी ना जाओ सागर, तुसी ना जाओ. सचिन ट्वीट आएगा तो मजा आएगा, says Vishruth. Arey, of course, if Prag beats Magnus, it's going to be so cool. No, and also for Norway Chess, for the tournament, overall interest. It's the moment, right, which we were all waiting for the classical, like our youngsters to beat Magnus in a classical game. This is something. Arey, rook g8 happened. Rook g8 on the board is the move which Sagar said. Ki next move, according to Sagar's prediction, Prag will play queen b3 and then Magnus will resign. Let me see if Prag goes queen b3. Is there anything which Magnus can play to stop the mate? d5 is the only move, let's say you can play to stop the mate. And then, yeah. काफी सारा ऑप्शन है. नहीं, काफी सारा नहीं है वैसे. Best method, if you want to, they say that if the stronger the player you are, the faster you will finish the game. Like बहुत बार 1200s, let's say if they are one pawn up, फिर वो बहुत देर तक खेलते रहेंगे, घूम के गेम टाइम वाइज जल्दी खत्म होएगा, बट घूम करके खेलेंगे. That's how it would be. But queen b3 on the board. Are we expecting a resignation right now, or maybe another move? d5. Is Magnus going to make the move d5? Will he play d5? Yes, rook check. Rook check is a possibility, but I like rook takes h7 more with the idea of queen b8 mate. Sagar Shah. d5. Okay, Magnus has played the move d5. Shall we play rook h7? But then there is rook g7, no? One second. If I go rook h7, if you go rook g7, then there is queen b8 check and queen b7 check, and you win it. So d5 on the board, and Prag goes rook h7 without thinking. Time pressure, pressure kuch bhi nahi. 7 minutes on the clock. 3 more moves to play. Big threat incoming. Checkmate is threatened right now. Magnus will not be able to save it. This is the moment to resign. I think there's absolutely nothing. I mean, if the Indians' first best move is rook g2 check, giving up the rook. Yes! Prag OP result on the board for the first time. Praggnanandhaa beats Magnus Carlsen in a classical chess game. It's a big entry into, the diary of the youngsters there. So amazing. Prag OP, guys. Prag OP. What a class he was to beat Magnus in such a. Magnus played Sicilian Khan, and then Prag with his slow and steady. At some point, you felt that Magnus is managed, everything is fine, but suddenly Prag makes such different, unique moves. He finds each and every move on the board, except for one or two moves which were still logical. He makes all the best moves, and with the white pieces in a classical game with no chance to Magnus, he is taking away 3 points today. With this win, he gets the 3 points and he creates history for himself to beat Magnus Carlsen. This is only the start of it. More to go, more number of times we're gonna see Prag beating Magnus in classical now, because once you break that barrier, it just starts flowing. It's the first time is always the hardest. So this one is beautiful moment for all of Indian fans, and I don't know how Magnus is feeling. I'm so glad that Abhida is there, and we're gonna hear the whole story from him. कि क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ, will he get Prag's interview, will he मजा आएगा. And Vaishali over there, exactly how would she be feeling? I'm also wondering whether she would be knowing already or not yet. Nagalakshmi, Pragopi, guys, Pragopi, feeling so good. Itachi says the gap between Magnus and Fabi is just 14 points. And how much rating would Prag get today? This one is going to deserve Don Shah analysis, guys. This one for sure. Don Shah. होना ही चाहिए. Don will take rest, and tomorrow he'll be like, okay, I'll shoot. I'll definitely shoot. Are you all excited for that? Prag taking World Cup revenge. Well, there's no revenge. Magnus has always been very nice. If you remember that photo in World Cup where Magnus was like patting Prag, it was so nice. He was congratulating Prag, and he's always been nice with, he's always been like, ready to advise them in any way, to him, to Gukesh, and things like that. So, but okay, finally losing is never easy. It's hard for any elite player. Sometimes, it's also inspiring for Magnus that you don't let them beat you. That is inspiring. So first time when Prag has beaten Magnus Carlsen, I believe it also inspires other youngsters that okay, I can also beat him. Don Mughal. अपन भी ट्राई करेंगे ना, पक्का करेंगे. प्रग ओपी ठीक है, बट प्रग ओपी आज तो मतलब गाइस सेलिब्रेट, आइसक्रीम खाएंगे मस्त. इट्स द समर, मंथ ऑफ समर. तो आइसक्रीम खाओ, मैंगो खाओ. विल हैव ऑल द गेम्स इन ओपन सेक्शन आर ओवर. हाउ आर यू गाइस फीलिंग? आई एम फीलिंग सो हैप्पी. एक बार just to give you a very quick look at the game. It was Sicilian Khan, but that's something. Guys, don't change your perspective towards Sicilian Khan. Okay, that's fine. Actually, Magnus played really nice opening. It was a very comfortable position. Somehow, with Queen D7, things changed. Maybe it is not so easy as we are assessing because you don't like the move e5, it's committal and need to give up this square, so that's why he played queen d7, and maybe he just did not see this coming. What Prag saw today, he did not see. Even at this point when Prag had to make this move, it was not easy. The timing had to be so accurate for such a move, though in the sooner or later you would want to go that, but still to play this move on the board with ideas, creating chaos in the center for all those who missed, the full game. Prag's knights against this double bishops, and then interesting was that both the knights were exchanged for the double bishop, and in the major piece endgame also, what mattered was until the king couldn't short castle, they were disconnected. There was always knight e7 threat, but the knight had to be off from the board. But there was no time, so the king never allowed these guys to meet, to become friends. It was really the villain in their relationship. Rook went to f3. Finally, when the bishop exchanged, the coordination of black was so bad that I thought this is a little tough position to find. Move queen d1 by Prag. Most likely this was missed because queen d1 is a move which you can easily miss, and Prag calmly goes king h2. मजा आया, बस सही है. चलो कैसे भी करना है, बट टुडे इन अ वे इट वाज Gukesh's birthday and Prag beating Carlsen. Cool result. What's Vaishali doing here? Vaishali with the black pieces. Her king has gone to f4. She's down to 7 minutes. Wow. Oh my god. I mean, Vaishali had 1 hour more and slight better position, but now she's gone to 7 minutes. Sometimes it is really possible that if you were watching the game of Prag and Magnus and you see that okay, Prag has won, then it can make you feel relaxed. It's highly possible. In fact, it's happened with me also. When I would be watching the game of my brother playing in the same tournament, the tournament where he made a grandmaster norm, I was like, oh, okay, relaxed. I was so relaxed that I like, okay, played my game, but the kind of sense of satisfaction does affect the kind of determination sometimes. So bishop d4, but I think maybe Vaishali, this endgame was not easy. It was very complex with the knight and the bishop and this passer over here literally far away, though you have a beautiful bishop, long distance bishop, until you are able to create a passer. It's a complex endgame. 36 moves have been played. Ju Wenjun versus PR Cramling. This is also draw, but with the passer here, so it's not like it's a draw, direct draw. They will have to play. Chances of errors are there. So Humpy winning late Tingjie. Today Prag winning, and Vaishali. Either this goes into a tie break, Armageddon, or if at all, I think she can be the one who can win. That's what is my guess. But let's see. Shilpi, we don't do personal training, but there is so much of free content here on YouTube. You can start with improving chess series. You can start with, we have some playlists. You can check that out. Amazing free training. You can check out Chess Hanga. There we have marks, I mean, the points system and everything. It's a great training. But you'll also find coaches near your city online, some nice academies. मजा आया बस. आज का दिन याद तो रखेंगे गाइस. Yes, already this is a free training. Like if you are seeing the games, live games with every move, it is a very important training, guys. You would be able to definitely increase your level. Itna seekh rahe, like it's like, you go to a new city, you don't know the language, but you keep hearing it for many years. You gotta understand the language, even if you didn't want to learn it. Still, it's something which you cannot avoid. समझ में आएगा ही आएगा. Natural है. एक एक वर्ड करके आएगा. So that's how it is. Here, if you are here, you would be learning, you would be grasping. You may not know exactly how, but you would be very easily able to compare yourself 6 months ago, 1 year ago. It's slow and steady. This is like slow and steady. But if you want a quick one, fast one, every day, many hours, so this is many hours. Now, I mean, you would have a specialized, customized also nearby your city. But Queen, this is the only game? No, Ju Wenjun's game is also going on. And for men's, even the Armageddon is over. So men's over today. And women's right now, Vaishali's game is going on. So let's see where it goes. Because Praggnanandhaa, after beating Magnus, he would be waiting for Vaishali's game. And he would be calculating what's happening there. F5 has been played. Ju has, the bar. Ju blundered. My god. Actually, I think, no, this was draw only, no. Sorry, where is the blunder? Oh, what? Knight E3? Oh my god, look what Pia Cramling missed here. White to play. She missed a tactic. It was just completely losing. If at all, this would have been spotted. Unbelievable. White to play. Shilpi, you can write to us. We'll share some... पिया और पिया ये क्या ही किया रे किया. It's yeah, it does fit. I mean, something like that, Naveen. Absolutely. Chat is like, ठीक है, प्रग हो जाने दो, ये हो जाने दो, टैक्टिक बोर्ड पे आया, वी आर अलर्ट. ये मुझे अच्छा लगता है तुम लोगों का. जॉप्सी, शिल्पी, आदर्श, डार्क फायर, टॉप, अनय, कैवल्य, तनीष्क. Yes, knight f5, knight overloaded. So knight f5, knight takes f5, then you win this rook. If the king moves, important is after takes, the knight also defends the rook. So this was a big blunder, but she didn't spot it. She took the, it's like an auto movement. You don't think here. Like instantly you take this thing, knight takes, and okay, it's a draw, so they'll go into an Armageddon. But Vaishali's game, 38th move. After 40 moves, they will start getting 10-second increment. कुछ भी जाना नहीं है. समय बहुत नहीं मिलने वाला है. बस 10 seconds. That's it. Domadia says Prag is now on 2753. That's his rating. And what is his... Let's check currently. Prag is now 11th in the world. He's 2753.2. In fact, today he got against Magnus. After beating him, he gets 6 points. 6.1 in fact. Prag gets 6.1 from this one game. And in fact, Magnus loses today 6.1. That's like a big loss. Big loss of rating. Magnus always comes back, but Magnus now down to 2822.5. Caruana on 2808.3 because he beats he wins his game, so he gains there. Hoof. And Gukesh moves to numbers. Gukesh is on number 6 anyway. No, Gukesh actually, yeah. 4.4 was lost by Ding. Wow. So Prag on 11th with 2753.2. And next one closest to him is Wei with 2755. And so Wesley on 2757. So for Prag, and Ding is on 2758. So Gukesh is higher rated than Ding, in fact, for now. Quickly going to the game. Bishop g7. Oops. Going to the game f5. Knight g8 was played. Bishop goes to g7. But the knight is not trapped. Knight can go to e7. Attack this guy on d5. Prague, India number 3 live. Okay, so today's 30th. Actually, the rating will be published on 1st June. Okay, and that's why 31st is a rest day in Norway. So today we will have another round, and after that there will be a rest day. So in today's round, whatever happens, that would be the classical rating for Prague. That would change, like for everybody, not just Prague, but everybody. So would be important. Like tomorrow's round from published rating perspective will be extremely important. She goes king e5. Hey, Himang says Prague is also the sole leader now with 5.5 out of 9. Let's also look at, because men's games are over, let's look at the leaderboard here, which we have. It's not yet updated on leeches because I think they have these 3 points. That's why they cannot. But Prague will be, let me tell you, Prague gets directly 3 points. So he gets from 2.5 points, he will move to 5.5 points. Carlsen will stay on what? Today 1 point, yeah? Yeah. So 3... yeah, right? So he goes on 4. Nakamura will be on 2.5, but he will get 1.5 because he won in the Armageddon. So he'll go to 4. Ding lost. Firouzja also lost. So Caruana from 2 he jumps to 5. So after Praggnanandhaa, Caruana would be on 5. 0 for Carlsen. Okay, 3, 0 and 1.5. Okay, for draw you get 1. Correct. Very sorry. So Carlsen stays on 3. So Prag on 5.5. Caruana on 5. Carlsen on 3. Ding on 2.5. Nakamura on 4. So Prag, Caruana and Nakamura. That's how it's going to be. And Firouzja on 3.5. Okay. So Ding actually as of now last place or what? Okay. And Carlsen on 5th. That's how it's going to be. 40th move played by Anna Muzychuk and Vaishali's 40th move here with 3 minutes 34 seconds. From this, after this 40th move, they will start getting 10 seconds increment. Vaishali goes c5. What if you give this check with the idea of knight b8? Ooh. Where do you go with the king? Prem says this is such a crazy tournament. Carlsen was first yesterday, 5th today. Caruana was last. And he is now 2nd. Acha. Arey haan, there was this, Sagar had prepared the standings and all. Got it. Ultimate fan says Sagar Bhai was so sleepy, but still his commentary was so good. Yes. I don't think he does this, exercises. Knight g6 was played. Knight c6 would be a blunder because of king d6. Absolutely right, guys. And the knight is slowly being taken away the squares And if it goes to a5, knight a5, doesn't have knight c4, doesn't have knight b3, doesn't have knight c6. When knight b7, there is king c7. So king c7, and the knight is at the edge of the board. So this is the problem with king b6 happening. So knight c, he went knight g6 check, she went knight g6 check, which was important, and 10 seconds increment has begun. Dr. Strange says, can't believe Vishy is India number 4. Ooh. Yeah, so it would be Gukesh, Arjun, Prag. Gukesh, Arjun, Prag. The 3 youngsters. How many games does one player play in one round? One round he plays one game only. If that is a draw, he plays another game, which is Armageddon. That will have a final result. How to convert win? Where? Where, Shritis? Are you talking about this position? Because it is not winning yet. In fact, it is very unclear. Don't be misled by the engine which says it's equal. Yes, it is equal, but it's not going to be equal when you have 10 seconds on your clock and then suddenly this is rolling and you are trying to create a passer. It's gonna get complex. So unless they agree for a draw, like repeat and things like that, maybe king d6 has been played. Can white not start with h4? Yeah, he can. She can. In fact, I don't see how black is able to create a passer easily, because if you go d4, you block. Just you don't want to do that. If you go c4, there is this pawn. So these are like, the pawns are looking at these squares, but they can't really आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रहे, stagnant there. They're there but stagnant. How does the point system work in the tournament? So here in this tournament, Norway especially has a different time points format. If you win, you get 3 points. If it is a draw, you get 1 point, and whoever wins the Armageddon gets another half point. So the winner through a classical game and an Armageddon winner gets 1.5, whereas the one who loses an Armageddon gets 1, and a direct loser gets 0. Yes, it's very complex, but it's also dangerous for black with this pawn on h, because the h pawn can roll, and being on h5 you cannot attack it, so it can also get dangerous for black. दोनों साइड से डेंजर है, it's that way. Yeah, Nihal just recently played Sharjah. He had some amazing games. Somehow, results not seen. In results, it's not seen, but he, at some point, I'm sure he would be. Sometimes you have this 1 or 2 weaknesses, you work on them, and then it's different. King f6 is better than king d6, says Anai. Here, you mean you wanted to go king f6? It's, yeah, maybe closer to the thing is possible. That would have been better. But h4, bishop h6. Now f4 has been played and king e6. So with the pawn on h5, you can never get the king to g5 or g6. And to get this, it's going to be a long journey. You cannot get this. So when you go move away, then the pawn comes to h7, because with the knight on g6. So it's like tied down over here. So white, if the king gets entry, would be lost. Like if I just show you, if you go d4, you're gonna be in not as much trouble as I thought though. Very surprising. But this one would enter into more like a zugzwang mode where both of them have no plans. And then they will draw. So king d6, king e3 has been played. Now bishop g7. Yeah, I think they're gonna repeat. Do you think Praggnanandhaa will go to his room, or do you think he will wait for Vaishali's game? What's your guess, guys? Vaishali low on time, but even Anna low on time. Oh, they're down to 30 seconds. They're repeating. No, knight h4. Knight h4, king e6, king d3. Okay, they'll repeat. 30 seconds with Vaishali. Wait. He will wait. क्या ही confidence है ना सबका. Wait, wait. हो गया. Gino, what should we do? Would you guys stay back? Celebrate in bar, says Yogesh. We are celebrating with the bar. हम तो रह लेंगे, says Ginu. Yes, I will stay back. I'm in US, says Chess Thambi. Everyone will watch Vaishali's, draws there. So, Armageddon in Vaishali's game, but the advantage for Vaishali is with the black pieces, even a draw is going to be okay. That's a good one. And Anna will have 3 minutes more. It was the last game. मजा आएगा. मजा आएगा. मजा ही आएगा. And also, maybe if Vaishali did not know the result, suppose, I don't know how the thing is, but if she doesn't know the result and now she gets to know the result of Prague, फिर तो मस्त है. Too good. So then maybe in a few minutes, Vaishali's game is going to begin. For all those who don't know, we will let's have this final position, no, for Prag's game, because must hai. Bas, it's like nice position to have on the board. Rook at 7, a resignation. Prag versus Magnus until the game start. Until the game start. Until the game start, let's talk, guys. Let's talk. क्या चल रहा है इंटरेस्टिंग लाइफ में? कुछ बताओ यार इंटरेस्टिंग. What's the most interesting thing happening in your life? By the way, our stream has reached, what a number there. Look at that number on the screen. Screenshot le kya? 16,33,500 subscribers. I don't know if Sagar ने कुछ किया special इधर या ये automatic हो गया. But generally, rare that we get such a, like, you remember how much we struggle to get that 0 in the end. So mast number hai. Time to share the screenshot without leaking any WhatsApp. I can leak because yes, there you go. Mast. So now we have got 16,33,000. Yeah, nice. कल एग्जाम है, पढ़ने का मन नहीं कर रहा है. नवनीत, अभी तो पढ़ने का मन और करना चाहिए. मैग्नस कार्लसन, प्रग बीट्स मैग्नस कार्लसन. फिर तो अभी तो मन नहीं होगा तो कब होएगा? जीन्यू सेज वाका इवेंट में मज़ा आया था, मुझे सबके साथ पिक्चर मिला था. आई वाज प्लानिंग टू गो देयर टू होटल लीला. आई वुड नॉट हैव गॉट पिक्चर्स एट द वेन्यू इफ आई वुड नॉट हैव गॉट पिक्चर्स. वाओ, Nice, you could attend. Ultimate fan says Delhi may 52.3 degree temperature. Are you serious? Because I can't believe it. In which country World Chess Championship will happen? That's I will wait for it. It should be known very soon. Game खत्म हो गई है बाकी, but we are waiting for Armageddon to begin, guys. Vaishali's Armageddon. Yes, Prag was wishing Ukia a very happy birthday. Chess में India is always interesting, but आप बताओ लाइफ में क्या चल रहा है? Work in FMCG most interesting. I like it when people say कि work is going on very interesting. But Prague, interesting fact, Delhi में 52.3 degrees temperature, but Prague brought more heat. ये मस्त है, ये बढ़िया है. That to true. पुणे में टूर्नामेंट करो. अरे पुणे में अभी there was a very nice tournament, I think. Just recently it happened. Yoga says, Amrita, are you a CA too? अरे जरा भी नहीं हूं मैं सीए. उतना दिमाग ही नहीं है मेरे पास. I can be a CA enabler, but I can't be a CA. Adarsh Bhai was also mentioning the same about Delhi temperature. It's true, says Himang. Okay, that's cool. That is amazing. Oh, Magnus was so upset after the loss. No, it would be hard because also, more than the loss, sometimes it's the game. And if you see the game after Queen D7, in a way it was a very difficult situation for Magnus. So he would not be happy with his game more than the loss. It's not about result, but with the game he would not be very happy. I am Lucknow converted. चेस की कॉम्पिटिशन्स खेलेंगे. अच्छा, क्या बात है आकाश. यस, LBHM. Sarthak, you can write to us. It's a long process, but you can write to us. chessbaseindia@gmail.com, super DM, lot of interviews, a lot of this thing. It's just like it should be interesting to work with people. It's not so easy to work with us unless you have that passion. It's very difficult. मैंने कोई हेयर कट नहीं किया है. जस्ट Prague 97.6 accuracy versus Magnus's 88. See, yeah, it was very easy to, the good moves are such that you can miss it, and when Magnus misses it, you can understand the intensity of that. By the way, let me oh, the game's just started. Just started. No time to talk, guys. No, this one is Priya's game has started. Vaishali's game is yet to start. Pia versus Ju Wenjun also went into Armageddon. Okay. Do you think good chess players are brainy in general, or is it like any other sport, say table tennis, where grit and hard work is the key? Honestly, I don't know about brainy in anything because I believe every person is brainy in something. Just sometimes they don't understand or they don't recognize in what they are brainy because they never put that effort, or sometimes the families don't support to try and find कि यार इसको पढ़ाई में मज़ा नहीं आ रहा है, इसके पास पास कुछ तो स्किल होएगा. So that way it's impossible that a human being has no inclination towards some skill, some art, some talent, which then with hard work it can be taken to another level. But there's something which is inclination, and if you don't feel that and you are into it, it just, if even if you're brainy, how much ever you work hard, you will get stagnant at some point, because inherent love is required. Or later when you start liking something, that true love for the thing is very important. So brainy की बात नहीं है ज़्यादा. Both bros is do on table. This one is Pia Cramling. I mean, she's also so inspiring, no? At 61 to play Ju Wenjun classical game ending in a draw and then going into Armageddon. It's insane. Of course, she's in trouble right now. The knight is stronger than the bishop. The pawn structure here is troublesome. The queen is jumping in. Arey, Sandeep, thank you. Wangchuk. Three Idiots was a nice movie there for sure. Where is Tanya doing commentary? I think Tanya yesterday people were saying she's doing commentary on not commentary but Sony Live पे आने वाला था, so was very nice. Slight edge, maybe Pia managed, but even if this is a draw, the whole thing is that it is in favor of Ju Wenjun as a match for Armageddon, so she will get 1.5. So in no danger for black. Must win situations are always tough. Must win situations. They have an extra pressure of the result, because you have to restrict yourself. A draw is not okay, which is a different mindset. In a normal sense, draw is just a draw. But here, a draw is not okay. Changes things. Do they bid for time in Armageddon? No, not here. It's fixed 10 and 7. Archit, I don't know about the bots, but if you want to get to 1200, you have to solve a lot of tactics. And when you play the games, maybe have some control on playing games. After every game, you have to analyze well. It's important to know where your mistake was. Important to find we can do your own hard work. Like you can find your patterns. Where are the common mistakes happening when you're losing a game? Every game you lose or you win also, because many times you blunder, you're losing and then you win. ऐसा भी होता है. What's the common pattern of losing? Like many times, you even in life, if you try to find what's the common pattern when you feel drained, when you feel angry, when you feel all these emotions, you understand the pattern and then you're able to kind of change yourself. So sometimes, for me, let's say sometimes I'm very hungry, I can be in a, like, don't ask me questions, I won't be able to give you an answer, or I'll get irritated. But that's my pattern, and I then have to try and make sure that, okay, when I'm very hungry and then somebody is coming to me and क्या करना है इसका, क्या करना है उसका, क्या, wait, like, just let it go, the time, let it go, better not to talk. So you understand your patterns in life, in chess, everywhere. Gary's book, life imitates chess. It's very true. So understand your patterns and try to improve on them. Not just understand, but how do you improvise on them is a question. Yeah, black is better with one pawn up and connecting pawns. What is a Met Gala? I don't know about that, life boy. What piece combos are best in endgame? Rook. Of course, everything depends. Like the answer should always be depends on the situation. but there's some general principles like rook and bishop is better than rook and knight. Queen and knight is better than queen and bishop. So there are these some generic principles. Hey Vivaswan, hello, hello. It's been very late. How are you still awake? 18% डिस्काउंट कब तक रहेगा? आई थिंक जब तक सुबह लोग उठ जाएंगे, डिस्काउंट को ऑफ कर देंगे, तब तक रहेगा. सजेस्ट सम चेस बुक्स. बहुत सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं रे, बहुत बहुत बहुत. My System, Soviet Chess Primer, very nice books for apps, like when you've started chess and know bit, you get some nice principles, elements, beautiful books. Tactics के लिए woodpecker method. Chess structures for middle game. For middle game, there are thinking inside the box. Calculation, I think Jakob Agard series, as I mentioned, calculation is one of them. Positional play. Reassess your chess. If you don't want to buy too many books, let's say, then the two books you should go for is just Reassess Your Chess and Silman's Endgame. That's like in itself, if you do seriously, it will help you a lot. Any endgame, any theoretical endgame, like the basic endgames, you need to revise. Like you do it once, you think you understand. But honestly, if you do it once and you think you understand, you're missing the point. You cannot understand just once. Even if you do, then after 1 month, if you try, you will not be able to get it. It's just a process there. You need to revise. It's more complex than you think. And then it helps you to get confidence of even being a pawn up like this, but you know how to convert. So it has some very psychological impact. Endgames, theoretical basic endgames, very important. Yes, you can buy from ChessBiz India. Yeah, Improve Your Calculation by Ramesh. It's amazing. A little higher, little tougher. विवासवन सेज वॉज फिनिशिंग वर्क. आता जाणार झोपायला. प्रगची पोस्ट बघितली सो इकडे आलो. क्या बात आहे, प्रगने काय पोस्ट केलं? For the first time, the gap between Magnus and Fabi is this low, only 14 points. It's for the first time, yeah. By the way, Vaishali versus Anna Muzychuk, the game is going to begin, I guess. It should begin now, anytime soon. Stay alert. We're waiting for Vaishali's game. I believe Prag would also be looking. In fact, Prag might be helping her in between. Who knows? मस्त, मजा आ जाएगा. क्या ही भाई बहन है ना. सही है. Siddhant says, I'm currently 25. Is it too late to get a FIDE rating now and train? No, it's not late at all. You can get FIDE rating. If you would have asked, if can I become a world champion, is it too late? I would say yes, it is too late. Candidate champion, yes, it is too late. But here we have Anna is white, Vaishali is black. Vaishali needs a draw or a win with the black pieces. It's gone into Berlin. Bishop takes c6. Rilopez exchange variation. Queen f6. Great preparation we will see. And the candidates these guys played. So they're playing here again. d4 on the board. ed4. Vaishali's openings are all a little, what to say. There's a king in the center for a long time. And she's okay with that. Bishop goes to e7. Koneru knight takes first takes. Knight takes e7 and then knight f5. If knight f5, ef5, bishop f5. Okay, rook e1, you always have bishop e6. So not possible. So knight e7. In fact, Magnus has played this with the black pieces. Against MVL, Peter Leko, Michael Adams have played this. So there are a few games. Looks like knight c3 is the move here, which is played in the game by Anna. So knight c3 on the board and Vaishali is thinking bishop d7 is the move. Is Vaishali going to go for long castle? I like that. Vaishali has made sure to find such ideas where she gets attacked. She gets to attack. That's her style. Bas attack karo. Live says Met Gala is a Hollywood based fashion event with awesome costume show off. अच्छा, नहीं नहीं, ऐसा कुछ मेरा प्लान नहीं है उधर जाने को. कोई अंदर लेगा भी नहीं. One opening for beginner. You should always go for mainline, but Sicilian and Scotch is interesting combination. Knight b3 played. Black Anna says, I want to exchange the queens because I don't want you to long castle and attack. So will Vaishali avoid that, or there's not much chance because if the queen is also controlling a nice square on c5. So either she can go long castle and say, hey, you take my queen and let my pawn capture towards the center and stop your knight coming to c5. But this is another way. She takes the queen, and after takes she says, okay, I will push this pawn, but I will make sure that your knight, the power of your knight is restricted because of my pawn. Whenever there is a knight and two squares later you have this pawn, it will control the important squares where the knight can jump to. F4 on the board. How to keep motivation when someone crushes you? Not to take it personally. I am being crushed. It's like, I made mistakes. What is the mistake I made? Oh, this was the mistake I made. It's okay. Come on. Next round I'll crush my opponent. Attitude. It's not the result. So knight d2 on the board, castle. So they're playing endgame, which for Vaishali perspective it's fine. But if you are even in an equal position, Vaishali lands in position where it is 10 seconds, not going to work. So 5 minutes for Vaishali, and Anna is making sure to maintain the time gap. This is important factor. If white is not able to do that and a position is very comfortable for black, then the white has nothing literally. So that's the only thing Anna should do as white, the technique, play fast. And Vaishali has to make sure that she makes Anna think. She makes it complicated. Vivaswan says Pragने काही पोस्ट नाही केली. CBIने Pragची पोस्ट केली. That's what I thought. Praggnanandhaa becoming active on Twitter and fighting against Anish Giri. मजा आ जाएगा. आपण मराठी चांगलं बोलता अमृता. हो आम्ही खूप मस्त बोलतो रे मराठी. Bishop e6. Nice. Another advantage is Vaishali is having bishop in the endgame. Remember guys, rook and bishop is a better combination. This is attacked, this is defended. In any case, you won't even capture it because the bishop will get trapped, even if you get a chance. But with the pawn going to f5, f6, so she goes f6, creates an escape square for the bishop. Why not say this? Not really, Naveen. Last year, Norway, Gukesh was playing. Gukesh was invited. So maybe they want different players every year. Who knows, next year, maybe Arjun gets invited. So we don't know what, thought process. Every organizer has a different thought process. So we don't know that. Rooks getting exchanged, 4 minutes 43 seconds. The time gap is also reducing. I like Vaishali's position. I can say Vaishali is doing very well. Very well. Because if Vaishali manages to beat Anna for today, Indian results would be epic. Prag beating Magnus, Humpy beating Tingjie, and Vaishali beating Anna. That would be too good, man. Too good. Sicilian is not for beginners. No, I don't agree. I started playing Sicilian with just 4 moves, knowledge and a little bit of principles. You can play some sidelines of Sicilian. It's possible. And you learn by playing. Because I've seen people who don't start playing Sicilian, too much theory, too much complicated. They never play Sicilian then. They're always fearing the theory. Actually, any opening best way is to start playing it. And not fearing to lose. Haro, it's a part of the game. King f2. Is this Armageddon? Yes, black. Vaishali is better. Here she has double pawn. In fact, if you see, white has this pawn majority here, but because it is impossible to create a passer, a nice outpost here for the knight to sit. The e4 pawn base is weak. The knight is has to keep defending, cannot really move. White's knight doesn't have that important squares from where they can say, oh, I am the knight better than you, the bishop. Look at this. Everywhere there is pressure. So g4, white wants to create something, but 1.5 minute difference. Vaishali, if she manages to keep playing fast and slow and steady, here the majority, she starts pushing b5, b4. The knight would really be under trouble. You cannot think of taking here. It would be a big pawn fork. Beautiful position for Vaishali here. I think next b5, b4 should be in the air. Come on, time for b5, Vaishali. Push the pawn. If nothing, then the king at least. You can improvise the king. But don't think too much. You are in control, very much in control. Should a beginner focus more on chess books or analysis? Good question. Both, but tactics. A beginner and tactics. Most important thing, like literally most important thing. And classics. Actually, chess classics is very good. Inspire. Sagar, learn from chess classic series is nice. Favorite. एक बार देखा है तो भी you can watch it again, rewatch it. It has some planning and strategy, so you learn that from classics. It inspires you, you know, everything. Things have to be in life about being inspired. Once you are inspired, you know, you will solve maybe 100 tactics today. So that's where you find what inspires you the most. h5, actually Vaishali doesn't even need to play on the king side, but okay. h5, king g3, 3 minutes 21 seconds for time, and I slowly starting to do well in terms of time. Can Vaishali, only advantage for Vaishali is the position is not in danger. A beautiful knight blockade, nicely placed rook, but she will have to be a little alert with such ideas of rook h1. If the rooks do not get exchanged, she goes g5 and changes the base of the pawn chain. But can you go rook h1 here? Can rook h1 be possible? It is, because b5 is the only move but brings great advantage to black with rook h1. Wow, it can get very intimidating though. This is defended. That's the best part. So rook g5, fg6 played, bishop g6 by Vaishali. And now to be a bit careful, if at all the king, yes, if at all the king can attack the pawn on f6, to be a bit careful. But 1 and 2, come on, when are we going to see b5? Still the knight is jumping to f5. Oof. Okay, the king is coming closer to defend a weakness here. So king d6. Vishayanand says at some point, who knows, maybe. I became 1850 by playing 50 games a day. Nice, 50 games is a lot. Yes, it's also very perspective about opening. Sometimes, you know, you see the first 2 3 moves and you understand that, you feel you like it, you don't like it. Uh, like for me, if you show the French and Karo Khan, for me, I feel like, you know, space is important for me. So you have to understand your likings. And if you are flexible, you can play any openings, then you should definitely try that out. But the bishop and the knight have got exchanged. So now that imbalance of minor pieces is gone. So we have rook and knight, where we saw in the last game how a blunder happened and how forks can be very dangerous. So king goes to e3, knight g4 check. I think for king f4. Do you want to take this? She's giving a check because she knows its draw is okay. But white will try, no? White will try to get the rook. I feel safer if you take this rook off. कोई झंझट ही नहीं है. But b5 even now. Why is Vaishali not pushing the pawns at all? Difference between draw versus dead draw. Dead draw में मतलब literally it's dead draw. कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता है. This is not a dead draw. There can be, errors which can happen. So it's not a dead draw. Mistakes हो सकता है इसमें. A4 on the, like now she's stopping B5. So that's the idea. But she's given the square also. C4 at some point could be in the air. Vaishali can exchange the rook, but oh, she's slowly coming down to 1 minute 30 seconds and the position is comfortable. Maybe she's feeling the pressure. She goes king e7. She's waiting for this rook to go away because she's like, I want to go rook d2. I want to checkmate your king. Knight g4. Whenever the king moves, knight g4 check. Okay, she's found a plan. No, she cannot easily put a checkmate. It all depends on what white is. Like right now, the king cannot be checkmated or even in close to it. Okay, 1 minute. I think this is getting risky now with 2 minutes down because that's the major risk. But what if she's just going to keep moving her knight? So kya, white has to do something. Yeah, rook h1 happening. What was Vaishali's plan for the rook move? C4. Instantly the rook doesn't need defense, so she goes c4 and now the rook is attacked. Rook goes back. If check, she's fine. She's like, okay, rook exchange कब से बोल रहे हो? Rook exchange करो. रुकी क्यों हो तुम? But ठीक है, fight सुन नहीं रहा है. King goes to d6. वही आया, रुक एक्सचेंज इधर भी नहीं करना है, बट इधर नहीं किया तो फिर देन देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम बिकॉज टेक्स या एंड देन आफ्टर द किंग मूव्स rook d3 check would have been threatened. So rook gets exchanged. It's a draw. The only problem is it's not about a draw. It's not about the assessment also. It's about time. You don't want to blunder because a king pawn endgame with time pressure and a wrong exchange at the situation might be risky. Again, good part is such a king pawn endgame may not be even risky. Yeah, take here CB pawns को कम कर दो या फिर check. No, check नहीं, ये मरता था. अभी check दे दो, वापस आ जाओ. That you like that? Yeah, check and come back. So that then you're threatening king c5, you'll again have to go king d4. You can't allow king c5 because then the king is going to b4. 30 seconds to Vaishali. 30 seconds में सब पता चलेगा. 2 minutes में because her opponent also has time. Okay, now knight e5 has been played. Will he go king e5, king d4? Or is there a complexity she's going to try and play her like a race? Knight f4, king c5. Because Vaishali, if she has to calculate a race, it's going to be difficult, very difficult. You can't do that. So even if the knight goes to f4, you don't want to go into a race. You keep chup chap, quiet. Do nothing. Just keep quiet. So that you don't waste your time. Many times बड़ करते करते time waste हो जाता है. So that's the whole point. Knight e5. There is no extra time per move. No. After 40 moves, yes, 1 second. So it's the 45th move. Oh, king d4 has been played. Check. ये गया knight f4. Now on the board, Vaishali down to 23 seconds. She's thinking 1 minute to 11 seconds for Anna. And 1 second is so difficult, guys. 1 second increment is very tough. Knight h5. Defend. Yeah, defend is your king can sit here, but now king d4. But if now king d4, you also have c5. Okay. Oh, c5. c4 could be a tactic in the air. But 17 seconds for Vaishali. Right now things look good, comfortable. Be alert with tactics of knight f6, e5 check. And then, just you have to stay alert. 9 seconds, 8. Oh, okay, it's safe, but still, it's very scary to be under 10 seconds. One pawn exchange here. Now king sits on e5. Ha, this is good. This is good. If king goes to c4, there is this king takes a4. And king takes f5. Yes, you might get the rook pawn, but you might be very slow. Yeah. Finally, white enters into that. 3 seconds, 2 seconds for Vaishali. Vaishali, khelo. King b4. Just play. Oh. Okay, now just give. If she takes here, then check and takes. What? She took here. Why did you go king d6? Just give a check and khatam. ठीक है ये भी draw ही है. This with 1 second is not a problem. This one he can do it. This one Vaishali will do it. So going towards a draw, and I would say with a draw the match would be won by Vaishali. It's 63 moves. हाँ थोड़ा तो टेंशन आया था लेकिन yes, Del getting a little tense for black. That was the situation. 1 second. Only thing, flag down nahi. Only thing is flag down nahi. I completely forgot about that. But you know, knight on c7 is a checkmate. But wo hone nahi wala. There's always knight d7. She takes the pawn. And there you go. A draw. That means Vaishali beats Anna in the match today. So Vaishali also remains the sole leader. Prag sole leader. Vaishali sole leader. Norway Chess. And the leaders are the siblings Ramesh Babu, Praggnanandhaa, Ramesh Babu, Vaishali. Never imagined that. What a moment, guys. Today's day is epic. Epic, epic, epic. Good day for sis, bro. Absolutely. I speak so fast. No, I did not give any disclaimer, but I speak very fast. I know that. I have got that review feedback. Please don't speak so fast on the calls with my friends. Not on the YouTube, but guys, maza aaya. Favorite moment of the day when Prag beat Magnus Carlsen. Then we get to know Humpy wins with Tingjie, and right now Vaishali beats Anna Muzychuk. Today's day was so good. Tomorrow will be the 4th round, and we will then 5th round would be after the rest day. So remember that. Do you have any tip to get a rating? Yes. Play a FIDE rating tournament. Thank God they aren't my cousins, is Pahadi. Vaibhav Setia says, new bio. I identify as Prag or Vaishal. Vaibhav, how's your comedy going on? Some nice posts on Insta. I saw, I was laughing. Masta acts coming up. Hope your shows are doing well. Of course, you keep working at night. We know that. Whenever you write here, we know that. Okay, Vaibhav is working on his act. Finally back with the siblings' goals is Tamil. That is incredible. The brother-sister team dominating the tournament. Absolutely, Del. Love from Japan says life boy hai jahan. लीडर बोर्ड प्लीज. इसका लीडर बोर्ड है ना थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजिंग है, बट चलो कोई नहीं, दिखाई देते. ट्विटर पे है क्या? इधर या overview. Vaishali leads the tournament. She was on 4 earlier, so now she gets 3 points. So she will be on 7. Wait, I think you guys won't. PowerPoint. Yeah, I have this over here. Let me show you the earlier points and then we can calculate it. Yeah. So Vaishali was on 4 points, so she will move to 7. No, not 7. Sorry, not classical game. She will move to 5.5. She gets 1.5 point. Then we have the result of Ju Wenjun was on 3, right? So Ju Wenjun today won against Pia, so she goes to 4.5. So Vaishali on 5.5, Ju Wenjun on 4.5. Lei Tingjie lost Armageddon, so she gets only 1 point, so she'll be on 4. Anna Muzychuk on 3, Pia on 3, and Humpy on 3. No, she, yeah, 3. So Pia, Anna, Humpy on 3. Lei Tingjie on 4, and Ju Wenjun on 4.5. Vaishali on 5.5. Oh, so Vaishali and Prag same points or what? 5.5, both of them. Wow, I mean they're not just leading, but they're leading with the same points. क्या बात है. Oof, मजा आया. Thank you Del, thank you everyone for being here, enjoying. Because of you streams में मज़ा आता है. बहुत सही था. Today we had an amazing day. बहुत कुछ हो रहा है. चेस बिज इंडिया में बहुत कुछ हो रहा है. इतना सब बातें करनी है. बट अभी बहुत लेट हो चुका है. It's 1:15. Time to go to sleep. And we'll see you all tomorrow at 8:30. What are the pairings for tomorrow? If I have to quickly check the pairings, this is the women's section. Round number 4 will be Pia Cramling versus Vaishali, and we're not going to underestimate Pia at all. Then we have Humpy versus Anna, and we have Lei Tingjie versus Ju Wenjun. That's the women's pairing for tomorrow. In the men's section, we have for the 4th round, we will see Caruana versus Magnus Carlsen, and this one will be an important game from rating perspective, because if Fabi beats Magnus, he will get maybe around 6 points, something like that. Magnus will lose 5-6 points. So if the gap is 14 right now, in them both of them as rating, for Fabi, so around 9-10. Oh, the gap will be very low, 5 to 6 points. And Fabi can actually think of becoming world number 1 through rating. That would be an insane inspiration for tomorrow for Fabi with the white pieces. And especially after today, when Magnus Carlsen was beaten by Praggnanandhaa, can Fabi try to do the same? Next, we have Hikaru Nakamura versus Praggnanandhaa. And Prague is black. Hikaru's games always interesting. They also played in World Cup, right? Yeah. So ये मज़ा तो आएगा ही. And Alireza versus Ding Liren. So these are the pairings for tomorrow. मस्त pairing है, मज़ा आया. Scott says new subscriber, great coverage of the Prague Magnus match. Prague's family will be so proud. Thank you, Scott. Yes, Yash. I mean, Prague's family will be so proud, not just today, but in general only. They are forever proud. Good night, guys. Good night. See you tomorrow.